transformed financial inclusion, fintech, and many startups into viable entities. Despite these gains, data indicates that many countries are not making progress in the implementation of SDGs. The combination of multiple crises, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme weather events, conflicts, and inflation, has disrupted economies, leading to food and energy insecurity and impacting health and the cost of living.
Rutte has also raised concerns about the exclusion of African countries in funding, meant to help in the fight against climate change, which stalled efforts in dealing with the issue.
Development financing has been inadequate, inaccessible, and costly, denying countries the fiscal space to pursue development and climate action. The reform of the international architecture of global development financing should therefore be at the forefront of the global development and climate action agenda. The scope of transformation envisaged in our bold consensus is nothing short of complete reimagination of the international financial system.
Communications Authority of Kenya Director General Ezra Chiloba was suspended for alleged breach of ethics and abuse of office. An audit report shows that Chiloba and 9 others violated rules of the service contract. Chiloba is accused of requesting and approving a home loan for himself worth 25 million shillings without following due procedure. He is also accused of acquiring 7 more acres of land instead of the 1 acre allowed under the requirements of the Public Servant Housing Scheme. The investigation revealed that he paid the loan to himself through a company he owns and therefore became the seller and buyer of the land, which is against the law. Chiloba has been cited for violating several aspects in Chapter 6 of the Constitution regarding leadership values. And the government has said that it will give every eligible Kenyan a chance to serve in the public sector without any restrictions. Speaking at the 36th Congress of the International Scientific Council for Research and Control of Sleeping Sickness, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua said the government will prioritize the applicants with the greatest potential to serve in various departments.
Because the reasoning of the president and the rest of us in government is that we like people who are tested and proven. If you have done something and you have succeeded and there is record, we give you something else to do. That does not mean we shall not experiment with the newcomers, but they will be given lower responsibilities. But a responsibility as great as cleaning the Nairobi River and restoring its past glory needs a proven hand.
In addition, Gachagua has continued to warn public officers against using force in the services.
Have empathy with the people that you take care of. Respect those under you. Address them with respect and decorum. It costs you nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing, because people are people. So those of us who are here who lead this or that organization, those placed under your care, please treat them with respect and dignity. If you serve the people of Kenya, those are your bosses, they are your employers.
And Kenyan Billy Chemirmir, who was convicted for murder in the United States, has been killed in prison. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice said he was found dead in his cell at the Coffeed unit in Tennessee colony. His cellmate, who is also serving a sentence for murder, was identified as the person who killed him. Chemirmir was suspected of killing more than 24 elderly victims across Dallas and Collin counties. He would also take the jewelry of his victims and sell it for cash. In October 2022, a Dallas jury found Chemirmir guilty of capital murder in the death of 87-year-old Mary Brooks. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole in April last year after a jury found him guilty in the smothering death of 81-year-old Lou T. Harris. This is News. I'm Dennis Asato. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
On the mountain top, come on. On a sailing ship, I made us stop. Hey, hard to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My head is turning around. Leave a little girl in Kingston town.
Our age is showing.
Kabisa?
A long time ago. Amekuona.
And that's why we sing. And you look at me when you begin in the sunshine.
This
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot?
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday. We're in the middle of the week and it looks like it won't be too bad from all that we can see at this moment. Uhuru Highway seems to be quite busy as you get through towards Nyeri Stadium at the roundabout. Traffic is moving and not at a standstill, but it's going to pack up. We can see that. There's also movement coming in from Langata Road. And let's take a look at what's going on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city, then at Survey there. Also, we're seeing a pileup of traffic. It's moving at this point, so nothing red right now. But it looks like it's going to be a busy one because folks are out and they're about real early. Okay, coming off the southern bypass, as you get then towards Langata Road, you'll be fine as well. A lot of movement there, folks using that route to get out of the city real quick. And we're also seeing some movement around Cabanas going towards the eastern bypass outer ring there. Jago Road is also busy getting towards the City Stadium roundabout, and it looks like Wednesday is going to be one for the books, but we're going to keep an eye on things and see how it opens up this morning. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X as we keep things moving this Wednesday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room The only way to start
It's
your
10 minutes after 6. It's 20th September 2023 and it's Wednesday and it's a good morning. And how are you? How many more ands can we do? Karibu sana and good morning. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. How are you? I myself, personally, Mimi Binafsi, I'm fine. Hope you're all doing all right as we get into Wednesday, into the middle of the week. And just like that, September is coming to an end. But look, here we are, and we're going to go through it. Kenya's biggest conversation starts now, and looking at conversations that we will have today, already thank you for joining us. Quite a number of people who've already joined us this morning. And I know there are many questions. Eric Latiff, where's Eric Latiff? He is away. So there comes a time in everybody's life when you will make a decision about where your children will go to school. And Eric has decided to go on a surgeon. Okay, so he's on this on a journey, and he'll be away for a couple of weeks. And when he's back, we will ask him the details of where he went and what he did. But let's give the man a break, and he'll be back soon for conversations to continue. In the meantime, the conversation will go on, and we'll let him know that everybody's thinking about him, even as he comes back. Okay, sawa. So for the next couple of weeks, he'll be away. But like I said, the conversation will go on. Ndu here with you. Siti's doing something somewhere, and he'll be with us in a minute. So before he does that, let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. The CS for the Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development Ministry, Zakaria Mwangi Njeru, will be with us this morning from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. There are very many issues that we'll be discussing. Ruto at 1 and what it means for this particular critical ministry in terms of land, title deeds, urban development, affordable housing, etc., etc., etc. So the Cabinet Secretary will be with us here at 7 o'clock, and he'll be here to also maybe take some of your questions about things that you have, issues that are concerning what's going on with land issues in the country. All right. And then at 9 o'clock, we'll have a conversation moving on about unemployment in the country from some of the pictures that we've seen. Our guest host will be with us this morning. Wajiro Gikonyo is no stranger to any one of us here. And so she'll join us in a short while as we go into the conversations for the day. And then, even as we are talking, Gafla bin Vu. Good morning, Siti Muga.
Good morning, Nduga Flabin.
Have you greeted the people?
People, greetings.
Mm-hmm. They're fine.
Let me start again. How are you, good people? How are you this morning?
You see?
Are you all well? Thank you. And if you're not, we wish you a quick recovery.
You've deemed them to be sick.
No, somebody may not be well.
This is true. It's very true. So good health and all those wonderful things. I've told the people what we're going to be talking about today. I've let them know that the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development will be here for 2 hours. So there are many questions, I'm sure. But at the same time, there's also critical issues that we need to be discussing. And so he'll be our guest for 2 hours. I've told them. I've also told them that Wajiro Gikonyo is coming and she's going to be our guest host. So now you see me, I'm just telling you what I've told them.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Good and faithful servant.
Thank you very much. I will collect my reward. Or rather, I will cross the line. My crown is awaiting. Right? All right. So that's what we have in store this morning, guys. Already, thank you for joining us. We're going to take a short break right now. Look at the weather. What is in store? El Nino is still knocking. We'll have a look at that and come back and look at the headlines and say hello to you, of course. How do we forget? Saying hello to you, very important. We'll do that right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyang.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the security, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 15. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14. At 14, it's mostly clear in Nakuru, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 as well in a mostly cloudy Nyeri. Highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 12, and lows of just that. At 23, it's partly cloudy in Mombasa. We'll see highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a partly cloudy Malindi at 25. It's 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 19, and clear at 16 in Kakamega with highs of 27 and lows of 15. Looking into Kampala, it's partly cloudy at 18, highs of 27 and lows of 17. And Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 23 with highs of 30. It's 14 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 27 and lows of 12. And at 25, it's partly cloudy in Lagos, highs of 30 and lows of 24. Partly cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 22. At 21, looking into Wednesday afternoon, Beijing is cloudy, highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's 17 degrees in Paris, and it's 18 and cloudy in London. Clear conditions at 17 in New York. Tuesday night coming into Wednesday, highs of 24 and lows of 13.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done.
So, people tuned in this morning. Everybody's here with us all over the place. Ricardo Mariera says, good morning. Kings and Queens, Kitengela Iko locked. Well, good morning to you from Kitengela. All right. Also, Evans Nyangano is tuned in from Kajiado County. Don Sabwa is back this morning and says, in Malawi, we say Mwauka Bwanji Ndadkuza Bwibo. He? And arrogance, we say makani. It is makani to have arrogance. So it is makani the way leaders are addressing Kenya's high cost of living. Yo ni makani. Kubwa sana. Makani is arrogance. Are you with me?
What sometimes manifests itself as arrogance is actually fear.
What manifests itself as arrogance is fear.
It's fear, yes. When someone doesn't have a handle on something, instead of dealing with it, what they do, they jump on people. And yet it's a fairly simple matter. But it also tells you that they haven't quite addressed the issue. Or they ought to have addressed it and they know they haven't. Yes.
I wonder if in Malawi, the word for fear sounds like makani. Maybe Don Sabwa can tell us.
He'll tell us in due course.
Do you know what has just happened?
Not only do I know what has just happened, I have seen what has just happened.
There's a pretty lady in pink to my right.
They're very delightfully good looking. Eye candy.
Hey.
Where have I been?
My goodness.
Where have I been? I must be here all the time.
To be receiving these things,
sure.
You'll just puff up like a peacock
yes.
every day.
Peacock is a good status. Thank you.
But good morning.
Morning.
We saw the way you slinked in like they wouldn't notice me.
Like you didn't see me.
We saw you.
You know, like you. If I do this, you won't see me.
We saw you.
Suddenly I appear. I apologize once again. I have to step up.
Waking up early is the thing.
Waking up early is not the problem. It's leaving the house.
You just can't leave. You have separation anxiety.
It seems. I have to sit and reflect on this.
You still go back to the house. Don't worry.
Yes. Yes.
You're fine?
I am well.
Since we last met?
Very well.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
I've told the people we'll be talking about, and I told City what I told them, but you don't need me to tell you again, do you?
You can tell me, because as I was trying to stream, I got yesterday's. So I know what you talked about yesterday.
Okay, that doesn't really help us right now.
Not at all.
However, the CS, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Zakaria Mwangijero, will be here with us at 7 o'clock until 9. And we'll be talking about this very big ministry. We'll be talking about affordable housing. We'll be talking about, digitization of the land process. He's supposedly answering to the Land Commission, which they're trying to not do many things. So he'll be with us for 2 hours. And so everything that we need to ask him, he'll be there.
That's a hot potato.
Then we'll talk about this unemployment issue at 9 o'clock in the country. And why now did we see thousands of people going to look for 350 jobs? And what's the problem? Sawa. Karibu sana.
Asante.
We were greeting people. They've also said we should greet you. Robert Mbogo is here. The Duke of Boisanga is also here and says good morning. Freddie Ben says good morning, everybody. Good morning, great people of our nation, Kenya. Kip Lagat says good morning as well. And Lillian says good morning, tuned in from Abu Dhabi. Good morning, hope you guys have a splendid day. Thank you to you as well. Tuned in from Borabu is where Anthony Onyango is this morning. All right, Desmond says good morning and says, okay, Chiloba is a great man. He's the buyer and seller at the same time. But in Africa, nothing is impossible. They can even bribe the rain to not rain. Wow. Hey, that's a good place to start. So where in the world is Eric? I told you now he's away. When he comes back, he'll tell us where in the world he was. You know how he likes to walk about, fly about, drive about. He will be back. Do not worry. All right? So we're giving the man a break. Agri Momanyi is also tuned in this morning, says good morning. Dr. Venvik says good morning, tuned in from Tudo, Mombasa. And John Kyangu says good morning. VD Nero says good morning. You said you will demonstrate if Eric doesn't come back. Why are you demonstrating? It's okay. Linda Gola says, good to see you, Wanjiro. Welcome. Winston Gishoki says, good morning, tuned in from Thika. And Don Sabwa says, yes, CT. In Malawi, we say fear is mantha. So, Mwakini is arrogance. Mantha is fear. On that note, over to you, Roger. Give us the proverb from Malawi.
Over to me,
Roger.
Well, you stop watching these movies.
I really should stop.
I obviously missed something.
Okay, his name is not Roger today.
You've been baptized. Maybe
it's over, Roger. Those ones over. Roger. Do you understand now? Okay. Okay. It's not yet Thursday, so no need for a brief proverb.
One does not make a shield in the battlefield.
It's true. It's true.
There you come with it.
It has to have
El Nino is coming.
And
I can see.
Yes, you see.
What are you telling us?
You don't wait for it to start raining.
Yes.
You start saying, those dams we're supposed to have built.
Yeah.
Yes. We're supposed to have dredged some river or some water body somewhere. These storm drainages, we had planned to really, that is what you don't do.
Don't do.
Yes, you do it now, before it rains. Because when it rains, my friend, it'll wreak havoc.
It's true. My people in Igbodo say, you don't start looking for a black goat in the night.
Your people have a point.
Very pragmatic.
Abi?
Yes.
It's true. Start early. Start early.
When there's light.
Wanjiro, did they give you newspaper?
No, they didn't.
City will do like that, don't worry, just now.
Don't worry, that we will sort out.
The provider of newspapers will sort me out.
Exactly.
Thank you.
While I give you the headlines, then you can look at the... So as I look at the headlines, then you tell us now what story has caught your eye. But let's look at the headlines first, shall we? On the front page of the Standard, why Chiloba was shown the door. And questions there about 25 million shillings. More questions about 64.47%. 25 million shillings instead of 16 million. I mean, many, many things jumping out at us in terms of numbers. Okay. The curtain falls on My Land is Kenya icon Roger Whittaker. That was it was a good song. Many Kenyans, of course, were able to resonate with that. Unfortunately, the curtain falls and he's breathed his last. Alarm as July's money supply falls by 419 billion. Let me say that again. Alarm as July's money supply falls by 419 billion shillings. I know you want to get details of that in terms of what is going on. All right. On the front page of The Nation, 4 days of hell. We are commemorating the attacks that happened at Westgate. It was 4 days of hell. For Lenku, it was a baptism of fire as the Westgate raid made him the good man in the wrong job. Joseph Olulenku, a career hotelier, has been a surprise pick for Interior Security CS for the newly elected Uhuru Kenyatta. He was up to the task, he said, and promised to deliver on his mandate. But the tragic events of the September 21st, 2013 that left 67 people dead would change everything. And when it all started at around midday on that fateful Saturday, the minister had no idea of what was about to happen. So commemoration of that happens tomorrow, and we're looking at what happened since then in terms of terror. Azimio splits. That's a question on the front page of The Nation. Karua Kioni front new political outfit. Alar? On the back page, public debt repayment crosses the 1 trillion shilling mark. What does that mean? Kenya's public debt service crossed the 1 trillion shilling mark for the first time in history in the year in June, with government spending hitting a 3.16 billion daily average on debt repayment through the 2022-2023 financial year. That's a good thing, no? Okay, CT, what's got you?
Well, top right-hand corner. Today it's not still green, it's actually blue. This is the star. Clear conscience. The Mackenzie I know is a loving family man, says wife Rhoda Maweo. The story is on page 22. Differing opinion. The big divide. Ruto-Raila teams clash on key items they were bound to. Public debt. Treasury borrowed 9.5 billion daily in 3 months, says report. Okay. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
It is.
Yes, and usually when you're told it's borrowed, it means it has to be paid. Yeah. Hence the taxes. Now you understand why you're being told to.
Well.
Right. Weather. Many areas will receive rain this week. The Met has forecasted this week.
This week, tomorrow, and
yes,
today.
all this warm weather. See, the thing about El Nino, it comes with warm winds, not cold. It's La Nina that does that for you. But you know what is interesting? You know when this name was first coined? It came about. It was around 1600, really. The year 1600. And this phenomenon that we now call El Nino used to happen around Christmas time. So and happened in those areas of Latin America. So because around Christmas time, somebody attached the name to the birth of Jesus. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that is how come.
Niño in Spanish is boy.
Yes.
Niña is girl.
Yes. So that's how it came about. So at the time, we simply call it El Nino, but we forget that there was a reason why. And this phenomenon, the people who say, the people who invented, they didn't invent the phenomenon. The people who actually got to give it a name and explain it. And even now it's still being explained. You know, the thing with phenomena is one explanation simply opens the door to understanding it better. It doesn't mean that it's a conclusive description and one can't add to it.
Yeah.
But it's with us.
Right. And it's interesting that when we first experienced El Nino, I think that would have been in the big El Nino of, I think, 97, 98?
Around that time.
It was a very traumatic event. It was a traumatic event. It was an unexpected event. The Met had forecasted hot weather, dry weather, and they didn't read their machines properly. Then we had this major phenomenon. So in my mind, and in the minds of many Kenyans, El Nino is a traumatic event. Come to today.
I am one of those people.
Come to today where we are actually praying that El Nino comes so that we can get enough water to fill up the water table.
Yes.
Because we haven't had, and you've seen in news reports, countries that have had below average rainfall for the last 4 years are saying they need El Nino. So this is really just an indication of how dire this climate change issue is.
It is.
We don't need to be reminded, but
no, we do actually.
Is.
Actually, we do.
We do.
The human capacity to forget.
Yeah.
They have to be reminded.
True. It's interesting.
Can I also add something?
Yes, please.
Name drop a little bit.
By all means, please.
Drop it.
During my media interviewing days at Capital FM, I had a stint there. I was privileged to have interviewed Wangari Maathai. And asked her then, this was again in the mid-90s, asked her about, I can't remember the term we used, whether it was climate change or whatever. And she went on to explain it. And I remember her saying, Kenyans don't understand that what we are talking about is extreme weather patterns. When it comes to drought, we'll have extreme periods of drought. When it comes to rain, we'll have extreme phenomenons of rain, floods and everything. And at the time, it seemed inconceivable because then the rain was almost predictable. You remember when the Met used to say it will rain, and
when it was short rains, long rains, you knew. And it occurred.
When it was cold, it was cold. When it was hot, it was hot.
But now,
so that time it wasn't quite conceivable. It was before the El Nino. And where are we now?
Right in that space, isn't it?
Scary.
Right, what it was.
Right.
I don't know how many years ago that was, but right, what she said is exactly what is happening today.
Right.
Okay, it's coming round to 28 to 7 o'clock. Let's take a break, look at what's happening on the roads, and then we come back and look at some of these stories in detail.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today, this morning at Spice FM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody was to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so not too bad right about now. We're seeing a lot of movement on the roads, but we're not at a standstill yet, not for anything at this point. Coming off of Thika Superhighway is probably where we'll see the most of it now as you get towards the split between Murang'a Road and then going towards Wangari Maathai. That looks like it's going to pile up into something later. Still slim and early pickings for traffic this morning. Coming out of Westlands, you'll be fine. Looking at James Gishuru at the Drift, there'll be some movement getting towards Waiaki Way. But again, you can get through this without too much of a headache. It doesn't look bad on Langata Road. There's traffic picking up. Some will go out then towards the Karen side and come off towards the city. Others will come down Langata Road and then join at the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. We're looking at movement coming off Mombasa Road. Again, everything seems to be moving and moving very well. Hopefully we can keep it just so this Wednesday morning. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how they develop closer to traffic hour. Let us know what's going on and hit us up on Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
So
Nairobi.
Some stories. What do you have?
Two stories. Maybe I'll start with the one on alarm as money supply falls by 419 billion amid economic crisis. This is the Standard, page 17. Data from KNBS shows liquidity at 5.1 trillion against 5.5 trillion last year at the same time. And then reading on, it goes to say, for those of us who are not economists, wondering what this means, even though we can suspect what it means, the decline of cash, which is a blunt measure of economic activity in a country, is an indicator of economic slowdown as Kenyans and corporations confront the ongoing economic crisis amid a global capital flight to perceived safer havens. Yeah. Now, of course, this report comes a week after, the rise of fuel prices, publishing of a medium-term revenue strategy where government wants to raid our pockets further. And really what we are saying is, apart from the economic conditions, there are realities and there are choices that this government has made that, one, go against their political promises, not to raise tax, and then two, go against the data. Because the data tells us that the more you tax, the less you collect, because you're squeezing people out of their ability to do business, ability to put food on the table and do basic things that people need to do. So government needs to rethink. And when we hear there disagreements and arguments and disputes in this the dialogues that are going on, we're like, what disagreements can there be about cost of living? We should be looking for solutions. We should be looking for options, not debating from a political position. Too much politics in economic policy.
And we don't hear, absolutely, and you're looking at this, we don't hear, in all of this, we don't hear the possibility of the streamlining of some of these taxes and some of these levies. We do not see the streamlining or really cutting this government expenditure coat according to the cloth size. We don't hear the conversations about that. And if you're going to have a responsible government where you're really looking at the development and the survival of its people over whom you govern, these are one of the things that we ought to. We talk about the fuel prices, and we talk about the levies and 2 taxes that are there. Where do we see them going? Number one, where is the conversation about, okay, can we have 5? Even if we must have the 7, can we reduce the percentage? And these are things that will have significant effect on this cost of living. And there are solutions. I really believe that there are solutions, but the desire for those solutions is also an ingredient in this recipe. If it is not there, the likelihood of us seeing this reduction that everybody so craves so badly, then is very slim.
Right.
And those are things that we have to look at, and we have to be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, government believes its own hype. They're chasing mega projects. Accountability is their first point of call. So we are saying debt repayment has surpassed 1 trillion.
Yeah.
The public wage bill has also surpassed 1 trillion. And when you haven't even begun to talk about accountability, about points of waste. There's a list that KRA had of some 4,000 individuals and corporations that owed about 5 billion in taxes. Some of the people on this list have been appointed to public office. You're talking about Humphrey Kariuki, Mary Wamboi, and others have been appointed. So what you're saying is there's a government that is living outside of reality, thinking maybe in an ivory tower, believing their own hype.
Glass house.
Yes, and the pain is on Kenyans. Yeah, and that's not being paid to, our political leaders are missing that point.
There's, you actually get the impression, and the expression you use about living in their own hype, you are being polite. I think they think they can get away with anything. Because there's an in-your-face approach to things which is actually bizarre. If you look at some of these appointments, you actually ask a question, in which parallel universe does this happen? I mean, in all honesty. And it's not as though they do not know. So what are they doing? Is there some heavy-duty plan, strategy that they have that we haven't understood and that it will unfold in due course? Or just somebody being gung-ho about this thing and saying, what on earth are they going to do anyway after all? So
They have a plan. If you've listened to David D, they have this plan on value chains, about opening up the value chains. It's a midterm plan. It's a good plan.
I thought you were going to say it's a myth.
No, it's not a myth. It's an essential part of transforming the economy. But that will not bear fruits immediately. The thing they've ignored, and I agree with you, is accountability. They seem to think as long as you grow the economy, it doesn't matter what you do with the money.
But the economy is not growing.
Makes sense. Exactly.
The economy is not growing. So this discussion about growing the economy, what on earth is it?
Right.
Okay. Are they discussing something that they hope will happen on its own?
Right.
Because everything that is being done will achieve the complete opposite of that growth.
There are very worrying disconnects. And the only term that comes to mind is there's a lot of incompetence in terms of policy statements, in terms of political promises, in terms of implementation. And they're not talking to each other. And they're not sitting and saying, in reality, whatever we are trying to do, trying to do good on one side and then undermining it on the other side. So there are some things they are doing that needed to be done. The structural changes that they've talked about, opening up, leather industry. I don't know much about the, importation of oil, importation of rice and the cartels around that. But the truth is that there are cartels. Now, the fear is, with this kind of government that doesn't pay attention to accountability, and the track record of our political leadership, is that those cartels are being replaced by other cartels. That's the problem.
There's a cousin of a friend of mine who put it in a way that I found hilarious. He said, this is a gang.
Yes.
The gangs of Nairobi.
Yes, this is a gang. He says, this is not a government, it's a gang.
Yes.
I told him, what do you mean? He says, when you look at gangsters and the things they do, he asked me, do you see a difference? I said, you've given me food for thought.
Indeed.
Yes.
And that could give rise to a story that I'd like to look at, where IG Comet is sued over 2017 police killings. Now, not killings of the police, but killings by the police. Inspector General of Police Japheth Comet has been sued for refusing to release records of police killings during protests against the 2017 presidential election results. Civil society organizations claim Comet should be held responsible for the death of 33 people, including protesters in Nairobi when he was the regional police boss. So it's not like, okay, well, now that you're the Inspector General, how about we ask you to take responsibility? No, they're saying at the time that these things happened, you were at that position where you could have done something about it and you didn't. So please, we want you to take accountability for that. According to a joint statement of the organizations, we are deeply concerned for the failure, refusal and neglect of the IG and the National Police Service to take action or remedial measures to vindicate the numerous constitutional rights of the 33 deceased persons killed in Nairobi by police in 2017. So the Kenya Human Rights Commission, Muslims for Human Rights and rights activist Khelef Khalifa wants the court to compel IG and the Independent Police Oversight Authority, IPOA, to produce all documents relating to the police shootings. They also want an independent investigation to ascertain the extent of police brutality during the demonstrations and police officers involved charged for murder. They're saying that 33 people could not have died, number one, and that you did not do anything about it in terms of finding out what happened. According to them, they're able to trace dot to dot that these individuals, all 33 of them, were killed by police. And the question remains, one, why didn't you do anything about it? Number two, you have documentation as to what happened to these individuals. Why are you not handing this information over to us so that proper prosecutorial procedures then can begin? That has not happened. So they're saying, guess what? We will now ask the court to compel you because at the time you were the one who was responsible for that particular docket. So people cannot just die and you have the information and you sit on it, and we're trying to at least get them recompense for the loss of life. So come and go to court, essentially.
If you were a student of, say, psychology, some of the things that you've just read would actually make for an interesting chapter in your thesis. Why I say this is, just look at the levels of deniability that people in authority will go to. The police didn't do this. Yesterday we were talking about the CS for Interior, who seems to have this head in the sand approach to these issues. It's like it didn't happen. Alongside what we're calling police brutality is an equal fact that the police are brutalized. When you have people with such authority and with such responsibility, and the circumstances of the ecosystem within which they work is as it is, they are brutalized. And then you leave them out to the unsuspecting public to go and carry out duties which are supposed to be civil. And then it turns out, as I said yesterday, ask yourself, what state of mind do you think somebody is in when they see somebody walk and they shoot them? What do you think is going through that person's head?
Yes, for sure.
Huh? Would you say that person is actually okay? They're not okay. Because other alternatives exist, and they're actually trained for other alternatives, unless you're telling us that there is a cadre, or there is a group of police men and women who are trained to just shoot people as they see fit. No, it is not the case, is it?
No.
No.
It isn't.
Their job is to protect.
And it's really ironic that the number 33 is close to the number that we saw with the recent Maandamano. Again, the police executions or killings at the hands of police. At the count, IMLU had 27, and then I believe that number then went up. And again, civil society does forensic audits. They have a procedure where they look at those killings. They work with, is it a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Who then verify. So it's not hearsay. It's not that we saw on media.
Or somebody said.
This is
it's
unassailable. It's definite. So it means there is a pattern. And the disturbing, the disturbing reality is that IG Kome justified what happened a few months ago. And the president then also came in to say, well done, job well done. And you're like, at what point did Kenyans become expendable?
Yes.
These are taxpayers or potential taxpayers. These are citizens. Sovereignty rests with them. How is their life less important than...
Actually, it's not less important.
It's not important.
It's meaningless.
Yeah.
It's how is their life worthless? Who makes that decision?
Exactly. And if you think about how the U.S. causes a furor, if one U.S. citizen dies outside, or is injured,
even locked up, or is kidnapped, or something, the whole State Department is outside.
Yes, they make such a furor about it, and here we are so callous about 30 died during Maandamano. Oh, well done. What is that?
The other day, remember?
So well done to civil society.
There was a news item about, remember these guys who had people staring at an orb?
Those guys for
World Coin or
that one,
or World Watch. What was it again?
World Coin. You were right.
First time, yes. Now, if you remember that story, 2 people were arrested at the airport apparently, and then they were released. And the explanation which was being given was the U.S. government intervened, and was saying they did what?
What do you mean? We also saw in the newspapers recently.
Yes.
Was it this past week? President William Ruto meeting those people in the States.
Yes.
The WorldCoin people. You know you can't do research, and Mwalimu, you're a researcher, you can't do research without approval.
No, you have to get approval.
You have to get approval.
You have to. And it's a lengthy process.
Yes, and it's an administrative process. It's not even a legal whatever.
No.
People know, and you're asked questions, and you fill a form.
And many people know what it's not one person who knows. Yes.
I keep telling people that you're operating in the theater of the bazaar. I'm telling you, it's bizarre things that are happening every day. And you look at them and you think,
yes,
where actually are we? It is crazy. And here you are, the people who say that, you start to ask yourself, where are we and what exactly is happening?
Before the hour runs out, there's a story here that has warmed my heart. And I'm going to explain why it has warmed my heart. It's the headline in the Standard. The Daily Nation talks about an audit intrigue behind Chiloba's suspension as CA boss. It warms my heart in this sense. If the reasons given for him being asked not to step aside, to simply move aside, are reasons that would form the basis in which people are asked to step aside, then it's a hallelujah moment for me. And if it can be across board, so that when someone is found to be in the same position as this person was, then, and the same sentence, the same method is applied, of removal is applied to them, then we are onto a good thing.
Yeah. You know, in Kenya, you have to read stories this way, left, right, up, down.
Yes.
I agree with you, but, and you know, Chiloba really should be looking at himself, because this is the second job he's leaving under a cloud. Really needs to look at himself.
He needs to ask a question.
Yeah, industrious, bright, driven, all of that, but he needs to.
Is it true, all those things you just said?
He is industrious.
Those are interesting adjectives.
He is. He's you know, he's a go-getter, somebody who
if
gets
he's
things
bright,
done.
then how does he get himself in these muddles all the time?
You see, this is where you say ability to do the job and integrity are two different things, which is why I'm saying he needs to look at himself. But there's a backstory also, and you know, Kenya is never short of conspiracy theories that he's being removed because he was impeding some interests, some corrupt interests in the board. Those are allegations. But the point I want to make is time will tell. Time will tell. Because either way, what he's done is wrong and he needs to step aside. But the last point I want to make is that compared to the people I mentioned who are on the list of the KRA, list of EACC, Ezra Chiloba is a choir boy. And so consistency is important. And the fear is that we then see the weaponization, or we've seen the weaponization of corruption. We might see more aggressive weaponization of corruption, where people who don't toe a certain interest are then hounded out and, you know, their names sullied and whatever. But allegedly. I am not, allegedly, I'm not in any way defending him, but I think there's also a lot of fear with genuine people who are genuinely doing their job to stand up and do what's right. If they perceive there's a possibility that you will be targeted if you stop corrupt interests. So that's what I'm saying. That is a scenario for us to keep an eye on.
What makes me sad here is that the speed and alacrity with which this case was already brought out into the public, he's suspended, and these details are out in the open very quickly. My question is, the bigger fish that there are to fry, why do we not see this same kind of application when it comes to that? Naming, shaming in public by 10 o'clock at night, somebody's name is out there. By the next morning, they've already been convicted and the bracelets are on.
The list of sins.
The list of sins has been tabled. The bracelets are on and the guy is on the way to the gallows. Why don't we see that with all these other cases where people have taken hundreds of billions over time? But we're just looking at them and even shaking their hand and welcoming them and putting them on the highest pedestal. Why? Why don't we see the same thing applied? If truly we're serious about due diligence, if we're serious about integrity and transparency, serious about taking corruption and chucking it out the door, this is good, like you say, yes. But for me, it makes me sad.
I started with an if.
If this is it, it's good. However, why can't we see the same application with as much speed, with as much gusto
to answer
across
your question
board?
Is we won't.
And so then it gives rise to what Wajiro's the allegations here that maybe then he was irritating somebody else. Unfortunately, the thing is that did he have his hands in the cookie jar? Well, according to this, yes.
It wasn't his hand. He actually
was inside the cookie jar and had covered himself.
In the cookie jar, yes.
That's the unfortunate thing here. But, you know, why don't we see the same thing?
See, the question one asks is, there are people who not only immerse themselves in the cookie jar, they're still in the cookie jar, and nothing seems to happen.
Exactly. So if you're eating for the system or you're in the right political whatever, you can get away with it. This is very bad for public sector performance. It's very bad for public officers who want to do the right thing. But it's very good for the gangs and their masters and their associates.
So they think.
Well,
so they think.
If you weaponize corruption and you have selective, kind of selective fight against corruption that targets those who aren't politically aligned, that's a problem. But like I said, we wait and see.
We wait and see.
Will they go for the big fish? Will they go for all the fish? Will it be impartial, consistent? Will it be fair?
Indeed. CT, we have about 3 minutes. This story about Mackenzie and his wife, was it his wife, who said that he's a loving man and all sorts of nice things?
Yes, it is very possible. It is very,
that she said it or that he is?
It is very possible. The reality is that is her view.
Yeah.
That is her view, and she knows why it is he has that particular view. But the truth of the matter is that if you look at some of the most horrible and horrific individuals this planet has ever produced, people who literally killed people by the thousands, if not millions, there are people who speak very well of them. So this isn't new. No, this isn't new at all. It's a bias that we human beings tend to have. Okay,
yeah.
It's just it's not a fault. It's just the way we are created. We will have our blind spots. Okay, so this probably is her blind spot. And also remember, when Mackenzie started his life, he wasn't always somebody who was associated with what we are now reading. He was something else. This is just what he morphed into.
Yeah, I understand psychopaths have, can have very endearing personality traits.
They have
highly
very
intelligent, charming.
highly.
That's how they draw you in.
Highly.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't have your average intelligence. They're actually really almost what you could call super bright. Yes. But all that intelligence, all that spark has a bend to it.
It does. And that's a very thin line then between, what you would look and term as psychopathic and what now his wife says, was extremely endearing. Very different from how he's being portrayed in the public. And if we look at the details of Shakahola, just looking into that story a little bit more, we know that the 5th round of exhumation is about to begin. We know that there was an issue with moving all the bodies to their family members after the first round of DNA results had come out and all of this. And they say, look, the thing is here, we are going into how many months now? 9 months into this, 7 months into this thing. And there's still more Kenyans, more people underground who have yet to be removed. This is a big deal, and that it's taking too long. These people who are in jail will remain in jail until this exhumation process has been concluded before they can now table what they will call an evidentiary threshold to either sue as state or others, because we know that this has not come before court yet because they are still waiting for this evidence to come from this exhumation. It's a long process in the making, and it looks like whether justice will be served or not still is out there because we have not seen any of these things happen. The process is going into its 5th leg now, and we don't know when any of that is going to come to a head.
Yeah. With his wife, she would say that because she's part of the cult of control, isn't it? I mean, all those people who followed him were part of that cult. And then we hope that they don't get off on a technicality. And it's good the state is doing this properly instead of rushing into it. Yeah, because there was mention about gaps in law. Because you have freedom of worship and you are right to choose, kind of thing. So
rights have limitations.
Pardon?
Rights have limitations. Rights don't have boundaries. They're not without boundaries.
That's true. But what I was saying is that are there gaps in Kenyan law?
No,
the
there you're spot
prosecutorial
on.
law?
Yeah,
there you're spot on.
That allows that to happen.
Yes.
All right, very quickly. My Land is Kenya hitmaker Whittaker breathes his last. The death on Monday of famous British folk singer Roger Whittaker had plunged Kenya and the entire world into mourning. The superstar, who was born in Nairobi of English parents, was very fond of the country, and he made his hit song, one of them being My Land is Kenya, as a tribute to the country. And Monday saw him take his final bow, one to be remembered across board for sure. We're coming around to 7 o'clock. In the hot seat after 7 will be the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Urban Development and Housing, and we'll have many questions to ask CS Zakaria Mwangi Jeru, and your questions can come in as well as we do that. All right, that'll be the conversation on Kenya's biggest conversation at 7, and right now it's 7 o'clock.
spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto now says the Ukrainian government plans to set up a grain hub in Mombasa as part of a larger move to combat food shortage in Kenya and the rest of the East African region. The president, who met Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky at the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York in the United States, reiterated his support for a peaceful solution to the Russian-Ukraine conflict. In his itinerary, President Ruto also held talks with President of the World Bank, Ajay Banga. And United States President Joe Biden has commended President William Ruto's willingness to deploy police officers to Haiti to support and train the Caribbean nation's law enforcement in their efforts to restore stability to the troubled nation. Speaking at the 78th edition of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, which Ruto was in attendance, Biden underscored that the international body must continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and alleviate human suffering globally. He similarly urged the UN Security Council to authorize the mission to the Caribbean nation, further noting that the people of Haiti cannot wait any longer.
The United Nations must continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and alleviate human suffering. And we embrace nations stepping up to lead in new ways and to seek new breakthroughs on hard issues. For example, on Haiti, the Caribbean community is facilitating a dialogue among Haitian society. I thank President Ruto of I thank him for his willingness to serve as the lead nation of a UN-backed security support mission. I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now. The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer.
The Kenyans whose passports are ready have 1 month from the 25th of this month to collect them, otherwise they will be destroyed. Interior CS Professor Kithure Kindiki has called on 87,000 Kenyans whose passports are ready to collect the documents from different immigration offices in various parts of the country. Kindiki has warned that those who don't heed the calls will be fined, while instructing Kenyans to apply for the necessary documents to go collect them within 7 days.
We have in our possession here at Nyayo House and within the regional offices of immigration 87,574 passports which must be collected within 30 days commencing 25th of September 2023. That those who will not collect their passports as published as scheduled after the expiry of the notice, we will treat the uncollected documents as uncollected goods, and therefore we will withdraw and dispose of.
Among the unclaimed passports are 36,170 are in Nyayo House, 10,409 in Embu offices, 9,938 in Eldoret, 9,515 in Kisumu, 8,023 in Nakuru, 7,971 in Kisii, and 5,423 in Mombasa. At the same time, Kindiki has said that the government has reduced the backlog caused by the faulty printer. He said that currently the machines are being repaired and plan to print 24 hours has helped address the problem. Now, a family in Bomet County is mourning the death of their son who died in Alabama in the United States. Ben Kiprotich, who is said to have died under mysterious circumstances, left Kenya in 2017 for further studies in the US. The family says they need about 4.5 million shillings to bring Ben's body back home for burial, and are asking well-wishers, including leaders, to help them give their loved one a proper send-off.
Recently, he promised to come home during December. Unfortunately, he met his demise recently on Wednesday last week. I have not known the cause of his demise.
Tunaomba msaada kwa kila mtu atusaidie, kwa sababu mwili kutoka Amerika mpaka hapa ni pesa nyingi sana. So naomba viongozi wetu, MP, Governor, hata MCA na marafiki wengine watusaidie mwili ifike hapa nyumbani.
Elon Musk has suggested that all users of X, formerly called Twitter, may have to pay for access to the platform. In a conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the billionaire said a payment system was the only way to counter bots. Musk has long said that his solution for getting rid of bots and fake accounts on the social media platform is charging for verification. Since taking over Twitter last year, he has looked to incentivize users to pay for an enhanced service, which is now called X Premium. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Few minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic having built up in certain parts of the city, then coming round at the hour where on the thicker superhighway it's getting heavy as you get towards Muthaiga Square, and that's coming into that junction from Kiambu Road. So getting on to Pangani is going to slow down a lot more, and now we see it red because many more people on the streets this morning. Traffic is flowing freely, smoothly in other parts coming off Uhuru Highway into the city. That's happening without too much of a headache. On Jogo Road, right around the Makadara train station, heading out then towards the City Stadium roundabout is where you'll see some movement. Landis is looking pretty good until you get to the junction at Kamkunji, and it will slow down some. On Gong Road, as you're getting into the CBD, you should be fine. Coming off Naivasha Road and then going on towards Riara Road, Gitanga, all of that is moving, but it'll slow down as well. As you're getting in from Cabanas through towards the North Airport Road, you're going to have to slow down because traffic is now bumper to bumper as you're getting out towards Outer Ring or then going towards the Embakasi area. All right, that's what it looks like right about now. We'll be in traffic hour proper at some point in about half hour or so, and we'll be here to have a look at that. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock on this 20th day of September 2023. Kenya's biggest conversation gets into its second hour this morning, and our guest for the hour is already seated in the hot seat. And as we're getting into conversations having to do with land, affordable housing, looking through the ministry at one, digitization, so many things across board, we say welcome to our audiences listening to us here in Kenya and also around the world. Welcome to our audience on KTN Home, and as we're getting into this hour, karibuni sana. Ndoko City Muga with you this hour, and our guest host Wajiro Gikonyo here today. Our guest in the hot seat, Cabinet Secretary Zachariah Mwangi Jeru, is here with us. Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing, Public Works and Urban Development is here. Karibu sana, Waziri. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Great to have you here. It's the hot seat. A lot of discussions to have, a lot around the issues. When we speak about the ministry, we say land, and we forget these other vital or critical areas that you also have policy direction over. And so we'll be getting into some of those this morning, and we're glad to have you here in the Situation Room. This man, CT, every morning gives us a proverb. The proverb this week are from Malawi, and he's going to welcome you with that.
Malawi actually does have a president, and his name is Lazarus Chakwera. They even have a vice president. His name is Saulo Chilema. And then they have a speaker. This is interesting. Their speaker is a lady by the name of Catherine Gotani Hara. Now, it is interesting that a country that was once a colony of Great Britain, still has the heritage that is similar in terms of the governance structure and in terms of the parliamentary structure. It was formerly called Nyasaland, but before it was called Nyasaland, it was called British Central Africa Protectorate. Goodness.
It's a mouthful.
I find this fascinating that someone can leave their country to come and plunder and take over someone's country and then call them their own property.
Protectorate.
That's a consistent mindset.
It's a consistent mindset.
A domination mindset.
Domination mindset.
What is more interesting is that we retained, I don't know whether Malawi did, the wigs, the robes.
They did.
So, yes.
They did. They did.
They did. The symbols of domination
Yes.
are still part of our culture. What does that say?
It says they're still part of our culture.
Yeah.
Yes. Today's proverb. One does not make a shield in the battlefield.
Waziri, what do you think about that? What does it mean to you?
One does not make a shield in the battlefield.
What it means, the way I get it, is that, once you're in the battlefield, you're there to fight and protect yourself. So you're there either to win or die.
So you go with the shield prepared.
You go prepared.
Yeah, so you don't go there and then start making preparations.
Right. You go there when you're ready.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Waziri, thank you so much again for being here this morning. And we're looking at a ministry under your guidance, under your policy direction for a year, and asking questions and looking at, ways in which things have worked or not worked, and then asking the questions why, and then giving the explanations as to how. Like I said, the ministry is large. When we hear lands, we stop at lands. Most times. Right. And we don't take into consideration urban development. We don't take into consideration public works. Neither do we take into consideration housing. Until, of course, when the housing levy was here and everybody was now, going hammer and tongs about that. So give us a little bit of an overview of what it has been working across those four sectors in the ministry over the last 1 year before we delve into other critical matters.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you've well said, I am in charge of lands, public works, housing, and urban development. So these are three state departments within one ministry. One must, on matters land, we all know land is a very emotive sector. And there has been a lot of issues on matters land. But I am happy to say that within the last 10 months, we've been able to do some reforms, land reforms. And one major reform is the issue on lands, digitization of land records. This way, we will be able to we'll be able to secure land tenure, because with digitization, one aspect is to detach human contact with manual with the records, and that way. We're almost through with Nairobi registry, and once we're done with that, we'll now spread out to other parts of the country. So with Nairobi, we are almost through, and it has not been easy, but one thing that has made us succeed is involving all the stakeholders in the land sector. We realized when we came in, the developer of Adisasa had not involved all other stakeholders. So when we came in, we brought in the LSK. We've been working with the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya and also the Bankers Association, and of course fully involved the staff within the ministry who felt that they had been left out. And that way we've been able within 10 months to actualize that process. So we are happy that's working, and of course there are lessons learned, and we are sure now when we spread out it will not be as difficult as it has been. Another issue is that now the government has realized the importance of lands when it comes to revenue generation, and starting this financial year, the government has given the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning the A&A, which will also help us to do things faster, because initially we were always requesting from the Treasury. So this way now we'll be having some money to make us run and move fast. On matters housing, of course, that also has been an issue.
Yes.
And one thing I want Kenyans to know is that we have a problem when it comes to urban housing. There is a very fast and huge urbanization, not only in Kenya but worldwide. So if we don't take care of that now, then we'll have a problem in the future. So the affordable housing program will help us as a country to make sure that people who come to urban areas looking for jobs and greener pastures are well taken care of. 60% of Kenyans living in urban areas living in informal settlements, in slums. And if we don't check that, then it will mean these informal settlements will keep on growing. So this idea of affordable housing will help Kenyans have homes. And I think it's an initiative that His Excellency the President is really supporting. And as a ministry, we are also keen to see that we achieve the 200,000 units that are needed every year. The demand is 250, but the market currently from the private sector only gives 50,000. Out of this 50,000, only 2% goes to the low-income earners. So we still have a huge deficit to accommodate the low-income earners, and we intend to move from the 2% to 50% in the next 5 years, and that is achievable. And we are working closely with county governments, because what we are doing is to make sure that we get land from either the national government or the county government. To also, we are giving incentives to developers apart from providing that free land. They are also exempted from the 16% VAT.
Okay.
And also for the first homeowners, they don't pay the 4% stamp duty. So we are really encouraging Kenyans to own homes.
Okay.
One thing Kenyans have been suffering from, especially those living in informal settlement, is that though you pay about 3,500 to 4,000 on rent, there are other fees that come indirectly. One, you pay more for electricity, because most of those electricity are illegally connected. So whoever does that will charge you more. You pay more for water. And worse still, you even pay to go to toilets, You can imagine a household of 5 in a day. When you do your sums, at the end of the month, you'll be paying close to 7,000 in that one single room, but you are living in a very indecent way. So the Affordable House Program has come in to make Kenyans live in a decent way, knowing very well that shelter is a basic human right.
Yeah.
And we should give that to Kenyans.
Okay, so you've given us an overview of land.
Right.
There will be questions coming in.
Right.
You've given us an overview of housing, at least over those 10 months.
Right.
Public works and urban development.
Yes. In public works is basically a technical and supportive state department.
Right.
And what we've done, we had stalled projects that had been there stalled for almost 10 years. And in particular, we had 5 county government projects that had stalled. That is Nyandarua, Isiolo, Tana River, I think Lamu. But as we are talking now, public works have taken over. And those projects in the next 1 year, they will be done. So they come in, and also we are working closely with now public works in preparation for the El Nino, which we all aware could be coming. So public works through the NCA is sensitizing developers, talking to county governments to make sure that we mitigate on the El Nino phenomenon. So we have also activated that state department. We have also they lacked enough staff, technical staff. We've now advertised, and we'll soon be recruiting technical staff to help improve on their performance, especially at the regional levels.
Okay.
In urbanization, under my ministry, we also have the Kenya Urban Support Program, which is working closely with the county government, more so in making sure that where we have municipalities. And it's good to let Kenyans know that initially, before we came in, we had 59 municipalities. Now we have 77. So we've added 18 more. So Kenya Urban Support Program is coming in to make sure that those new municipalities are set and the municipal boards are formed. So that's where we are.
Okay. So maybe we can go to land. One of the big ticket issues, big ticket items for land in this country has then been digitization.
Right.
RD SASA then came in to make sure that all records and historical, current and then hopefully future will then be in a system whereby there's no obviously manual handling of records in any way, shape or form. However, we did see that at the beginning of that rollout that it was a bit frustrating, and folks talked about the fact that it was deliberately frustrating because with or without the digitization platform, that the ministry still remains a stomping ground for agents of corruption. How have you been able to deal with that? Because you did say it about a week ago, actually, that with digitization, we're starting to claw back on the negative steps that have been made on corruption, and that in a short while we will see that cartels who have been inhabiting the ministry would start to be phased out. About last week, right? So how is the experience that folks have been going through different, even when they cry a situation whereby digitization has not really helped matters?
The truth of the matter is digitization will help. One, why we had cartels is it means that there are services that were not rendered well. Then that's where cartels comes in to fill in that gap. But with digitization, for instance, even to do a search, you'll not need to come to the lands offices. That's something you can easily do from the comfort of your phone. So what we're saying is, I know with digitization, there are many people who feel they will lose. And there are people, those are some of the people who have been sabotaging the whole process. But when we brought in an all-inclusive teamwork kind of a framework, then they realized that for us to succeed, then we must involve each and every person. The Law Society of Kenya felt left out. The ISK felt left out. The Bankers Association felt left out. But when we brought them on board, and we all agreed we want efficiency in the land sector, and we demonstrated to them how that will help all of us, then we started working together. And I think a month ago, we all came together and gave a statement that digitization is working and it is good for all of us. In fact, the Bank Association confessed that since we started working together, they have unlocked over 50 billion Kenyan shillings that were locked because of lack of transactions. But with that, with our working together and of course sensitizing the public on how it should work, talking to lawyers because they most of them are the initiators of the processes. Once they have realized how to use this as a platform, things are flowing, and I can assure you, in the very shortest time, we will not have cartels at the house.
Right. Thank you so much. It's good to hear this, and of course, there's a lot of skepticism because of the historical realities around land. Digitization is great. It's really, really important. How will it deal with the interface? Because I think there are still some processes that are manual at the ground level. For instance, if you need approvals on things like subdivision or transfer of property, I imagine there are still some manual processes that then link into the digital. Also, we've seen with processes like IFMIS, where we talk about a digital platform, we've still seen corruption because of the culture. So my question is, once we digitize, how does that protect people? Let's say your lease has expired. We've seen this forced acquisition by cartels coming in to then take over throughout families from where they've lived. We've seen people also lose their land. Maybe some people didn't update their details on this digital platform. It was re-registered. And then there's that human interface. So where are the risks? Is what I'm asking, because I've long since come to realize digitization is about efficiency. It's not always about corruption, because there's still the ability of people to share passwords, hack, and so there's a culture. So what have you identified as the risk points, and what are the mitigation?
One reason why I remember my predecessor before she left, while giving me a brief, she told me Nairobi is fully digitized. But when practically we came to do it, we realized there was a lot of gaps. The processes were not flowing. And that's when we realized a lot of information that has been in the Adisasa was not complete, because land processes, like say transferring a title or even getting that title, there are processes that must be followed. You start with survey, you go to physical planning, you go to land administration, before finally you go to land registration. So when one part is left out, then there's a problem. So what we realized they were doing, to just get a file and then get this data to the system without properly interrogating that file. That was being done by casuals, casual workers, because the files were many, and there was that haste of making sure that we get all this stuff into the system. You see, now when you don't involve technical staff to do that, then there's a problem. So when we came in, we realized, yes, all this stuff is in the system, but why is this system not working? So we realized a lot of information had been left out. And so we started again redoing the whole thing. So we make sure all key components in a transaction must be in the system. So we believe once we do that, then the process will be seamless.
And the risks essentially would
done
away with?
Yes,
because you're digitizing from what point? Like planning is a big issue. That's a county function.
Yes.
Even before planning, there's the very local level. Like we hear, there are politicians. In fact, one of the platforms I'm on right now, there's some assertion that's been thrown to the OCS and some, by the MCA that you're involved in grabbing some public land. Because these people are on the ground, they know available public land, and they're able somehow to maneuver the process at the local level. So digitization starts where? Because if the processes prior to entering into the system are manual, then you haven't resolved the problem.
Yes, and that's what we are saying. Any information that is uploaded into the system must be the correct information. Because once you do it wrong there, then it will mean everything else you'll do after will be wrong. So that's why we are saying we have the survey. That's where we begin from. Survey. That the parcel of land, if it is owned by someone else, it is easily picked. The system will not allow. For instance, if I have a title and you come with yours, and we both claiming ownership, then we go to the system, it will tell us who actually owned that land, yes. Because we look at the documents you have, the documents I have, and then in the system, we see who is actually the owner of that property. So that will reduce very much. Before, in a manual setup, I would remove a paper and put mine. But in the system, in the disaster platform, it will not be as easy. It will not be easy to do that because it's protected.
Sure. Can I say, I'm sorry, I'm being very skeptical here. Right. I have a lot of money. I've eyed a piece of land. Right. I go to a public officer, maybe one working within Afisasa, one working in some whatever, and I bribe. Can they hack the system? You can. Change data?
You cannot do that. It is protected. It is protected. That one cannot be. It will not be easy to do that. Rwanda is doing very well in that. I think Kenya in Africa will be the second country to do that. So there's a lot to learn from Rwanda.
But having said that, Rwanda has a culture starting from the very top of compliance. Kenya is the opposite. So we put in a system, but what about the culture? Because like you said, the cartels, and these cartels work with government officers, work with ordinary Kenyans. We have a culture problem.
The only problem would come if the influence before we have everything in the digital platform. But once we have everything in the digital platform, I can assure you things will be okay.
So the problem would come in if the wrong information was already.
Yes.
That is where they okay.
What is there recourse?
Let's take a break on that point. Come back and look at the recourse, because I can understand where the issue it would be here. If there's false information that's put in from the very beginning, it ends up being a problem later, with or without culture issues. Right? 27 minutes to 8 o'clock. Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, CS Jero, is with us this morning, and we're having a conversation about the different developments being made in ministry for across the country. It continues. He's still in the hot seat with us for some time. So let's come back to this break and continue with the conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, you markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, looking at sunny conditions in Nairobi, mostly cloudy at this point, 15 degrees, highs of 25 and lows of 14. We'll see lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 25. It's mostly sunny at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 23 in a foggy Eldoret at 13. It's sunny at 24 in Mombasa, we'll see highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a mostly sunny Malindi at 26, 19 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Kakamega at 16. It's sunny at 19 in Kampala, highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam, a sunny morning at 24. We'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 23. It's sunny at 15 in Johannesburg, highs of 27 and lows of 12, and partly cloudy at 24 in Lagos, highs of 30, highs of 33 in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Spice up your life.
All right, so on the thicker superhighways where we're seeing it coming in heavy, it's going towards Pangani, and then touching on Muranga Road as you're going towards the Globe Cinema underpass. Shouldn't be too bad getting into the CBD from there, but we have a slowdown of movement with all the vehicles coming in from Parklands, coming in from Juja Road, and then connecting, trying to get into the city centre. Well, let's look at the Eastern Bypass because there's quite some traffic there. It's bumper to bumper all the way through to the Ruai Junction, moving very slowly. We've got in and outbound traffic coming in from the AP Training College Junction, so some to watch out for there. Coming towards Outer Ring, also busy. North Airport Road, absolute mess coming in from Cabanas. So that's one to watch this morning. Interesting how it ebbs and flows from day to day, but wanting to keep an eye on things and making sure that things keep on moving. Uhuru Highway, very busy from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out towards the CBD, and we'll see traffic also coming in from Westlands. That's starting to build up. Chiromo is doing the thing, and traffic coming in from the thicker superhighway splits off to Wangari Maathai and joins with Chiromo as well. We're in traffic hour proper, folks. This is where we are. Let us know what's going on where you are, and let's try to keep things moving this Wednesday. Let's talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
To 8 o'clock, into a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Lands, Urban Development, Housing and Public Works. And still, it's a big issue, Waziri, and we're looking at this particular issue of digitization then as the panacea for corruption, which has been rife at the ministry for years. What you're saying is that with digitization, we will see the decline of the cartels, we will see the decline of corruption. But if we look at the entering of information into a system, for example, where two individuals have title deeds to one piece of land, which we know has happened quite often, that the two different individuals walking around with two documents for one piece of land. Which information enters the system, what you're saying now, remains the true one. But if there is a dispute based on information that could have been entered wrongly, how is that going to be sorted out futurely?
We are taking a lot of time before doing that. So even the file itself, we really interrogate it. We just don't put everything that is in the manual file into the system. So there's a lot of interrogation. There's a lot of consultation. We have technical people going through those files too. And from experience, they can easily tell what is fake and what is original. So before we do that, before that information is uploaded into the Adisasa platform, there's a lot of work that is done. So, because as you're saying, we wouldn't want a situation where we have disputes later. So that one we are doing, and we have the files within ourselves. And one thing that really delayed us to accomplish this is that shortly before we came, files were removed from Adisasa to create room, and that was because there was that assumption that digitization is complete. But then we came in, we realized no. So we had still to go back to those files and check on them later. But I'm happy to report that with Nairobi registry now we're done. So there's a lot of consultation. There's a lot of involvement with the technical people. We have the survey people. We have the physical planners. We have the valuers. We have the land administrators. We have the land registration people, all involved to make sure that what is in the system is correct.
The thing about digitalization, in my mind, is not so much the security it offers, but the ignorance that comes with how best to use it. Because here you've digitized. The people who consume that system or who need to come to the Ministry of Lands, how will they be prepared to do this? Having been born in the previous century and having lived in the previous century most of my life, I remember the challenges of using a cell phone. It became easy because I had it every day. But the computer, that was something else. You don't know what to press. You don't know what to do. And yet it's supposed to work. Now, I am thinking with the digitalization, your ministry probably has a very simple way of getting people to understand what needs to be done. And it probably has a simple way of getting the legal fraternity, who probably interact with this process a lot more than most people. So what are these ways of getting people to actually access these systems with ease so that they can actually understand all these benefits that you have mentioned?
Yes, we've been conducting webinars to educate members of the public. And also we have deliberately been educating our staff, because those are the first people our customers get interact with. Yes, so it is a collective undertaking for all of us. We also have been educating and sensitizing the members of, the lawyers, because most of these transactions are done by them. So it is all of us. As a ministry, we are doing all what we can to make sure that members of the public are aware of what we are doing, and we also let them know what they're supposed to do for the whole process to be successful.
You see, when something is digitalized, it more or less becomes a one-stop shop. I'm looking at e-citizen, for instance. When I want to renew my driving license, I don't have to see or talk to anybody. I simply have to get onto the platform, and I've renewed it, and life goes on. Now, when it comes to matters of land, there are lots of functions that the legal fraternity were involved in.
Right.
Why do I get the impression that some of these functions may be curtailed? Because once it's digitalized, what will we need all this process? Why will I need to go to a lawyer? Or at what point will I necessarily have to work with a lawyer?
You see here, with the land, with something like a title.
Yes.
That's a legal document.
Yes.
And somehow you must interact with these people, the advocates.
So they like us to believe, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Maybe going forward, this is something that we've started.
Yes.
And of course, we'll be getting a lot of feedbacks from the members of public, and we'll continue improving and seeing how best we can do it. Because as you have correctly said, when the mobile phones came, I remember we used to have very big ones, but today, yes, exactly. Yeah. So with time also, we at least we are happy we've started.
Yeah.
So going forward, I'm sure things will go changing and will be.
So we're looking at digitization of Nairobi.
Yes.
That has happened.
Right.
And almost to completion from what you've said. Also then going towards Murang'a and then Mombasa.
Right.
The truth of the matter is that others outside of these three counties are having a horrible time with something as simple as titling. for example, land registrars in other counties of the country whereby digitization is a pipe dream and is not about to happen, I mean, from what you're saying, asking questions about what is going to happen with them. Land registrars, clerks who deal with land issues, seeking for titles, seeking for, searches, for example, to find which is all very manual and is outside of the realm of the digitization that has happened in Nairobi, that is about to happen in Mombasa, that is about to happen in Murang'a. What happens to them?
One thing we should all agree is digitization is not it's an expensive process. As we are talking, we have already sent computers to all our land registries. We acquired 200 computers. FAO, the FAO is really helping us to on this program, and what
FAO being the Food and Culture,
yes, Food Agriculture Organization of the UN. Yes, we are working closely with them. They are really helping us on matters digitization and community land. They help us to go out there and spread that word about on land. On community land and digitization. Actually, they've been helping us buy equipment. They don't give money, the equipment, and that way we are working closely with them. So we are telling the wananchi in those other areas that we are still coming there. We've started. They should appreciate that, and within the shortest time possible, we'll have digitized the entire country as far as land records are concerned.
Yeah, Waziri, can I ask a question?
Please do.
You mentioned FAO, and during the devolution conference, FAO spoke on a couple of the panels, and they were speaking in relation to food on one hand, and also on the affordable housing program. I resonated very much with the issues that were raised, both in the plenary and also on the group, on the breakaway on affordable housing, because they said there's a lack of policy framework.
Yes.
So, it's one thing to build a unit, but units exist in a policy environment of land use, and land use then means access to water, access to all those urban services. Now, counties have fared quite poorly on land use. From where you sit, for the success of the affordable housing, but also for this digitization and titling process to make sense, we need to manage the land, because you can have a title, but then it's a title in an upmarket slum because the land use hasn't been done. I know this is a county function, but from your point of view, what needs to be done to deal with this historic, because it is a historical issue of neglecting to manage land? What do you think needs to be done, and what?
Okay.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier, we are on matters housing. We are working closely with the county government. In fact, we've signed 42 counties have signed a memorandum with the State Department of Housing, meaning they also feel that we really need to work together. Most of the land that we are using in the counties have been provided by the county government. And when you come to design and plan, we are working closely together and agreeing. In fact, in some places, we were in Vihiga, I think about 3 weeks ago, and the kind of affordable housing we wanted to come up with was ground plus 4. But then we realized land there is very scarce. To get even an acre in Vihiga is almost impossible. So when we consulted, we agreed we go ground plus 9. So there's that consultation between us and them, and that is what will make the whole thing, succeed. So different models, different areas, depending on how that particular area is. So we are working closely with the county governments, and why FAO is coming in is because we realize most of agricultural land is being subdivided. And we thought if we can provide housing in an agricultural area so that people live there, and then when it comes to to farming, they go to their land. We are working on that model, and it's working because people have realized, like in Kisii, you go to Kisii, you will not get any agricultural land. So, and that's why there is a lot of appetite in Kisii on these affordable houses, because they really want to make use of the remaining land purely for agriculture, and then they stay in certain areas as homes.
However, the policy of how land will be managed in the country then needs to be heard and understood by quite a number of folks, because there are many simultaneous conversations happening at the moment. Whether agriculture is going to take the front, the driver's seat for the economy in the country, then it is a land issue. Whether we're going to say affordable housing now, which is clearly an issue, then we need to see how that is going to be managed. And we've also said that in terms of the land available for use in the country today, that is dwindling every year. It's becoming less and less. Now, the body that's tasked that the ministry should be in consultation with is the National Land Commission. The question is, what policy has the National Land Commission then, that in conjunction with yourselves as the ministry, what kind of agreement is there in place whereby certain land will be used for agriculture, whereby titling of land will then come about as a point of national conversation, whereby the issue of huge tracts of land belonging to colonial settlers have then still become a point of issue. How is that conversation happening today, where we're seeing all of these mushrooming conversations like affordable housing coming into play, agriculture, settling of Kenyans who have not gotten land to live on? I mean, where does that all come into play today?
We are reviewing the National Lands Policy, which we feel it's long overdue, and those issues will be addressed, are being addressed in the National Lands Policy, because we want sustainable management and administration of our land. Because currently, as you have well put it, there is no clear guidance in that. So with this review of the National Lands Policy, I believe we are going to come up with policies that will guide both the national, county, and even private landowners on how best to handle land matters.
Waziri?
Yes.
Two things.
Right.
And I'll go back to these urban services, because the World Bank did a review of devolution and found that urban services have fared very poorly under county governments compared to some other sectors that have improved because of inadequate funding. I mean, I think apart from street lighting, if you look at sewerage, if you look at water access, rural has been better, but in the urban areas, those have struggled just because of the cost. If you're talking about doing a 9-story, and we know the allocation to counties has gone down, we know the economy is struggling, that means you're putting up 9 stories, but what about the services to support? Because the infrastructure. Because look at what happens in Nairobi. So do we want, is this a holistic program? And then just a quick one on the national policy. That was a very consultative policy. How do you intend to manage it? Because the affordable housing has been rammed down the throats of Kenyans, and there are concerns about there were so many questions that were asked that were being answered on the go. It's not a good way to do policy. It may be a good idea, but the way it's been implemented really has been very forced. So if you're going to now go review the policy, are we expecting the policy proposals to also be rammed down the throats of Kenyans, or are we looking at a process where that's open, that's independent, that's looking
consultative,
long term?
Waziri, before you answer that question, let me ask Wanjiru a question. When KRA ask you to pay them your taxes, are they ramming it down our throats?
The affordable housing program.
You're avoiding my question.
Are they? No, but KRA are guided by the finance bill. They can't collect revenue without a finance bill.
Yes. Okay. Well, Waziri, go on.
What's your point? He's putting me on the hot.
Okay, I want first to answer that first question on the infrastructures that come with affordable housing. With KUSIP, for instance, Kenya Urban Support Program, one thing they're doing is to make sure that our urban areas have the required infrastructures, sewers, roads, NMTs. They've done that like in Nakuru, Eldoret, and other major towns. But what we are doing with the urban, with the affordable housing, there's the last mile connectivity. So what we are doing, we have realized as a State Department we cannot work alone. And we have engaged other enablers. Like we are working closely with the Energy Ministry, we are working closely with Water Ministry, we are working closely with ICT, we are working closely with the Ministry of Roads to make sure that they bring those services closer to areas that we are coming up with this affordable housing. So within the housing, within our project, we make sure also we provide other infrastructure services. Like, I'll give an example. Yesterday, I visited Pangani housing project. I also visited Jivanji and also the Park Road. And within that project, you realize there are other social amenities. They have social halls, they have ECDs. And being our first projects, now we are now improving in the new projects that we are going into. So making sure that the whole ecosystem is a one-stop, where you get a market inside, where you get an ECD inside, where you get health facilities. So we are making sure that the whole project is attractive. Because we are selling, then we must have reasons to make people go there and buy. And also because of the affordability, they will be more, they'll be more attractive to many Kenyans. Right.
There's something that happened. Are we going on to a break?
We are in a shop, but you can ask a question really quickly.
No, this question will require a long answer.
Yes.
After. You can.
I can.
Yes.
What happens?
Right.
If, say, a registry burns down and the digitalization process has not taken place?
Actually, we have that one example in Kisumu, Ahero. I think somewhere.
It's called Awasi.
Awasi. And you see, now that tells us why we should go digital as soon as we can. Because now we are trying to reconstruct the files. We are calling people who own land around that area to come with whatever record they have, because that's the only way now we can be able to, to have that registry up and running. But if we had digitized, that probably will not be having it, because records are not just kept within that registry. We have a central place where data is kept. So that makes us even go faster to make sure that all our land registries are digitized.
See, why I ask is, for instance, with the survey, you have the headquarters survey of Kenya. Now, there's hardly any survey document that doesn't have a copy at the headquarters.
Right.
Now, the question I'm asking about land, what about title deeds?
Yeah, even titles, they usually have copies.
You do?
Yes, we usually, we also have. But you see, again, you might have a title of a parcel of land and I have it.
Yes.
So to authenticate who is the owner. So that's why we are saying in reconstruction, we also are keen to see that we get the right document.
So there's a positive side to it.
To this digitization.
So essentially, when people come with their title, all you're doing is authenticating it with what you actually have
in the system. All right. We're coming to the top of the hour. Let's take a break. The CS is still with us for another hour, and we'll go into more issues around this ministry and what has happened over the last 1 year of his taking up this position and what to expect in the next. Spice FM, KE, around our socials, and we continue with the conversation. It's 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya is facing various challenges despite a nation that has made great strides in the innovation of technologies, says President William Ruto. Speaking at the United Nations headquarters in New York, the president listed the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, war and inflation among the problems that have affected economic growth.
The Kenyan innovation emerging from our digital ecosystem has transformed financial inclusion, fintech, and many startups into viable entities. Despite these gains, data indicates that many countries are not making progress in the implementation of SDGs. The combination of multiple crises, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme weather events, conflicts, and inflation has disrupted economies, leading to food and energy insecurity and impacting health and the cost of living.
The head of state also raised his concerns about the exclusion of African countries and funding meant to help in the fight against climate change, which stalled efforts in dealing with the issue.
Development financing has been inadequate, inaccessible, and costly, denying countries the fiscal space to pursue development and climate action. The reform of the international architecture of global development financing should therefore be at the forefront of the global development and climate action agenda. The scope of transformation envisaged in our bold consensus is nothing short of complete reimagination of the international financial system.
The government said it will give every eligible Kenyan a chance to serve in the public sector without any restrictions. Speaking at the 36th Congress of the International Scientific Council for Research and Control of Sleeping Sickness, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua said the government will prioritize applicants with the greatest potential to serve in various departments.
Because the reasoning of the president and the rest of us in government is that we like people who are tested and proven. If you have done something and you have succeeded and there is record, we give you something else to do. That does not mean we shall not experiment with the newcomers, but they will be given lower responsibilities. But a responsibility as great as cleaning the Nairobi River and restoring its sparse glory needs a proven hand.
Gachagua said and warned public officers against using force in their services.
Have empathy with the people that you take care of. Respect those under you. Address them with respect and decorum. It costs you nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Because people are people. So those of us who are here who lead this or that organization, those placed under your care, please treat them with respect and dignity. If you serve the people of Kenya, those are your bosses. They are your employers.
The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry has unveiled a 24-hour toll-free telephone number for reporting illegal forest activities, including logging and charcoal burning in the country. Forestry Principal Secretary Gitonga Mugambi said the hotline is managed by a dedicated office in his department. At the same time, the PS decried escalating illegal logging in parts of the country, saying it was regrettable that while Kenyans were accelerating efforts to raise the country's forest cover to 30% by the year 2032 through the 15 billion tree growing program, unscrupulous timber traders were engaged in illegal logging of public forests. And Kenya's economy grew by 5.3% in the first quarter of 2023. The National Treasury attributes the growth to increased agricultural activities that reduced food inflation, with the overall economy projected to grow by 5.5% this year. Amid public concerns such as the high cost of living, high rate of unemployment, increasing tax burdens and wastage of public funds, government will be increasing investments in 5 strategic sectors, including agriculture transformation, micro, small and medium enterprises economy, with an aim to reduce the cost of living, create jobs and achieve an equitable distribution of income, according to the draft 2023 budget review and outlook paper. Now, county governments only met 65.9% of their revenue collection target in the 2022-2023 financial year, according to data by the National Treasury. As at the end of the last financial year, the county governments collected a total of 37.8 billion shillings against the target of 57.4 billion shillings, with only 23 devolved units recording improved collections. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Looking at traffic this hour after 8 o'clock, it's very heavy on Uhuru Highway. We're getting into the CBD and it's slow, bumper to bumper, through and through as you get to the Haile Selassie Junction and then out towards Westlands. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Langata Road is also packing up. What we saw happening on the Eastern Bypass still happening, and that's traffic coming in from Cabanas going towards North Airport Road out towards the Eastern Bypass at the Ruai Junction. It's heavy traffic. And we're also looking at some traffic coming in from Syokimau out towards that Cabanas area, and that's going to carry on for some time from what we see. Not quite sure what's causing that. If you're in that area, let us know. And off the Thika Super Highway as well, some traffic heading in towards the CBD. It's going to be messy for some time. We're in traffic hour. It's going to take us through for another hour or so. Let us know what's going on where you are. Wednesday should move smoothly beyond traffic hour. Let's talk still. Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8 o'clock, and our conversations continue in The Situation Room on Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning, it's a land, it's a public works, it's a housing, it's an urban development conversation, and the cabinet secretary for that ministry, Zachariah Mwangi Njeru, is in the studio with us today, and we're having, trying to look into issues. And one of those big ones is if there's a policy about the management of land, and there have been issues having to do with how this has happened in the past, especially for now at the individual level, for people who have a title, or in some cases do not have a title, and are trying to prove that they do. Linking directly to that question just before we went on the break, where maybe for some reason things have been destroyed before there was an opportunity to get it into a system. How does the policy now that is being reviewed or being retweaked then work to make sure that people are protected with the property that they have, and that moving forward they can have then proof of ownership? It's a big issue because every time we talk about land, people talk about my title, my title. People still continue to sell land and say, we will give you a title. How does this policy then safeguard and making sure that the elements of ownership then are front and center?
Thank you very much. It's good also to let Kenyans know that before you get that title, there's a process. You involve different departments, from survey to physical planning, to valuation, to land administration, and finally to registration. So all those processes are documented. A title, before the title is finally processed, it must go through all those processes. So, and in between, if there is any fraud, then it will be detected, and that's how we've been detecting fake titles, because there are people who rush someplace and print titles, but once they are brought through that authentication, we will really know that this document does not belong to us. Yes.
Something I've always found puzzling, Waziri. These are historical, it's two of them actually, historical land issues. Case in point is, say, like the Kibra communities. Land which was allocated to them, documentation of it existed thereof, and over time, just that acreage just shrinks to the point. Again, historically, same community in a place called Kibos in Kisumu, who have similar issues where land in a pre-colonial era was given to them, or rather in a colonial era. Now, post-colonial era, certain things change. Now, I'm tying this on to what we now refer to as ancestral land, okay, where people own land. It's historical in that the people who owned it are no longer alive, but they've passed it on, and that land hasn't been adjudicated yet, so there are no titles. In cases like this, how does one determine how all that is managed?
That's a very complicated issue, especially when people claim of historical land injustices.
Yes.
In Nairobi, for instance, we hear one time the Maasais, owned this land.
They roamed this land.
Now, roaming and owning, then we must define that. So, but what we do, where we have genuine cases,
yes.
We have ways of sorting it out. Especially, I'll give an example of the coast region. We have so many absentee landlords whose land have been squattered. People go in this land and then they say our great grandfathers or whatever owned this land. So, but again, we also want to protect the sanctity of that title.
Yes.
So what we do, we are engaging them. We are engaging the owners of the land and agreeing how best we can sort that problem by either buying the whole land and settling those people who've been there, or buying part of that land. So that's an issue that has really been coming, and since they are Kenyans, we have a way out on how to settle them. Like last year, we settled 10,900 households. This year we intend to settle, from the data we have, about 14,000 households. So we treat them as they come, and the government has ways of purchasing land from those people who have big land, and most of them are also willing to sell.
When we look at some development projects
right.
That have taken place, oftentimes we've seen that the cost of those projects has been extremely high because of the purchase of land. Whether this land has been purchased from individuals or whether they've been purchased from communities or entities, we find that the cost of the project balloons because of this particular purchase of land. One would hope that as we look at the development of the policy, and Kenyans end up paying for this over time. SGR is one of them. Others continue to be. As we look at the development of this policy over time, what would be some of the safeguards that you will put in place whereby you say that, yes, in as much as it is necessary to purchase this land, how can you guarantee that we do not have inflated prices when it comes to the purchase of this land? Because usually that's the big ticket item when it comes to these things.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. We are coming out with what we're calling the National Land Value Index, meaning in a certain area, we should know the value of that land. That problem has come especially when it comes to compensation, where maybe a road is passing and then guys rush there, buy land, and you find that we are living in the same area. My land is valued differently from yours. Of course, because of the reason we all know why. But now we are coming with this National Land Value Index, which will be guiding. It will be our reference point when it comes to government purchasing. And that way, even when you want to buy your own private land, you'll actually know, you'll have a clue of how much it would cost, instead of a person just giving a figure. So the National Land Value Index will help us. Will help us in controlling and making sure that we don't have inflated values.
Okay.
Yeah. What about public land is held illegally, that's been grabbed? Because a lot of developments, even revenue-raising measures, can't happen because public individuals have grabbed public land.
That is a problem that has been there, and we are letting Kenyans know that if you are sitting on grabbed land, then your days are numbered. And that is something we are strongly we have that data, and actually during this process of digitization, we are picking all those public lands. We are picking because the files we have clearly shows what is public and what is private. So for those who have grabbed, then I can assure you soon they'll be brought in books. Yeah. And that land will revert back to the intended purpose.
Is the ministry aware of who these individuals are, aware and willing to then come and say, look, we know that you've grabbed land? Because this is one of the things. Is there an appetite to actually say, yes, we know that this is public land, it has been grabbed, there has been personal gain that has been made as a result of this? Is the ministry aware of those individuals? And how can Kenyans be guaranteed that there is an appetite or there is a desire to make sure that this land is gotten back, and the due diligence be done to make sure these individuals pay for, return, or at least face the law as would another individual had they gotten into the same thing?
In the first place, it was illegal to take what is not meant for you. So actually, we'll just be telling them, give back what belongs to the government, what belongs to the public. So here it's not a question of tafadhali, because this land was not meant for private, unless where due processes were followed. You can request through, you can request to be allocated land, public land, through the national NLC. But once you grab land that belonged to, say, a school, a hospital, or a public purpose, yes, or a prison. Actually, we have a problem with, I don't know why you've mentioned that. A lot of these institutions' land have been grabbed. And the other thing we are telling them, can they come to us as a ministry so that we can also secure? We go survey and make sure we give them also 10-hour documents. But because we realize most public land don't have titles.
Yeah, but
is the ministry aware of who these individuals and entities are? Because it does seem as though it's a no-brainer.
They must be many.
If Wanjiru, we know very well that Wanjiru has grabbed plot X and it is under her use and it belongs to the public, what precludes immediate action? Because it's a conversation that has been
ongoing.
Flowing, threading through one administration to the next. So the question is, it seems to be like an accepted thing. All right, we know Wajiro has that land. Okay, let her be for a minute. Is there an appetite to actually deal with the issue? Because grab land has become a buzzword when it comes to corruption. Is there an appetite to actually deal with these things?
That's the question. Let me give an example to add the way an exam is set. Question, example, Shule Yangu campaign. Public schools didn't have the titles. Right. I was speaking to Sam Kimeo, one of the architects, him and Irungu Horton, that the institution set up this campaign because they realized the land that was being grabbed in Langata by Weston and the owners of Weston was possible because that school didn't have its title. And when they dug further, they found a lot of public schools didn't have their titles, especially because of the transition, I think the coming in of the constitution, the transfer of the management of schools from the councils to the national government. In between, things got lost. Now, Sam was telling me, and I was with him some 2 weeks ago, they were so frustrated in trying to get the issuance of the title. So they got promises, but the execution forced them to actually set up a platform that continued to campaign and to lobby. Now, why would it be that difficult for government to issue titles to its own institutions if those cartels weren't sitting in government? And what will you do about it?
Like now, we are working closely with the Ministry of Education to give us a list and inventory of all their schools so that we can resurvey those schools. We can do surveys and make sure that they get back what belongs to them. So even other government institutions like the prisons, that's prisons land also has been affected much. So we are telling them to come to us so that we can be able to get titles for them. So it's a collective exercise where all government institutions should come to us and we'll provide that free service to them.
But you know, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Because one, yes, I am the holder of the title now. What if I am the fifth buyer? Do I carry the burden for everybody who owned that land before me? 1, 2. Yes, it was public land once. Sunshine School here in Nairobi, on that Langata Road, that was prison land. That's a public school, it's benefiting people. What do? Do you give the land back? And you can see it's a school, you can see its benefit, you can see
it's a private school?
No.
Public school.
It's a public school. It's a public school. So, you see, why I'm saying
land, public school.
Yes.
Maybe the use.
Why I'm saying this is, sometimes when we talk of grabbed land, we mix everything in that basket without deciphering as to, yes, there's something called change of user in land. What processes, and Wazir has mentioned it well, was followed before this took place?
But Siti, the way you're asking your question, what we're asking is very clear, that public land has been grabbed over the years. And so that there are private individuals holding public land for their own private use. They even grab riparian land at a big hazard. They even
grab road reserves.
Yes.
And we are aware of these individuals, who they are, where they are. They don't live on Mars. They're here in Kenya. And I still go back to the question is that here we are saying, look at the new administration that has come into place has been very big on agriculture and said, look, we need to turn Kenya into an agriculture powerhouse in order to move the economy. We also have experts and specialists who tell us that the land in Kenya, and just try to draw the parallel between the two, that the land that can be used in Kenya is actually not adequate. Right? There's not enough that can then push this particular agenda. Meanwhile, we also know that huge tracts of land, for two examples. Number one, belong to individuals who just, woke up one morning and took it. Or two, individuals who are using large tracts of land for agriculture, but for a private benefit. So the question is, what is the appetite to really, literally, get to these individuals and of course, there are other institutions that would be involved in this, but where is the appetite to say, we have a policy, we have a National Land Commission, we have a Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Urban Development and Housing, who has been tasked with the responsibility to manage the land in this country, but we have individuals who, if it was on another level, have committed crimes by taking this land, and we're just looking at it and saying, okay, one day we will do something. What's the appetite to get that sorted out today?
Yes, the government is committed to make sure that public land that has been grabbed reverts back to the government. That is the message. And if that public land has been put into proper use and proper processes were followed to have it, then that is a point where we can also have a discussion. But grabbing public land for personal use and using unorthodox ways to acquire that, we'll have a problem with such people.
What strategies will you have for the sacred cows who are sitting in government? Because many of the grabbers are either in government, have been in government, or have links in government, because to be able to
I'm not sure about that. So investigations will reveal that. Once we know, we will treat Kenyans as Kenyans.
Okay.
We are not going to have sacred cows.
Waziri, it's unfortunate, but we are heaping a whole load of problems that are, again, historical in the Ministry of Lands on your head, because you are now the boss of that particular ministry. So bear with us as we heap a little more. Yes.
Okay.
It's a hot seat.
So,
yeah, it's okay.
All right, it is a hot seat. So one of the questions then very clearly is that a couple of months ago, the president asked everybody in his cabinet and those under them to sign performance contracts. Did you sign a performance contract?
I did.
What did it say that you were going to do and deliver over these 5 years for you as the cabinet secretary?
Of course, I did indicate to you that I have 3 state departments. So for each and every state department, there's what I promised to deliver. On affordable housing, we have said we are going to do 200,000 units, affordable units, and we are committed to do that. For the last 10 months, I think it's good to mention, we have launched 13 projects across the country, which when complete will give us 38,500 and 237 units. We have other 14 projects that are ready to be launched, and when completed, they will also give us 32,480 units. And in the pipeline, we have projects that will give us 664,000. So I am sure within the 5 years, I'll be able to, I'll have managed to do those projects. Again, on lands, one key aspect that I promised in the performance contract to do is to fully digitize land records. And as I have explained, there's a lot we've done in terms of digitization and settlement of people. We have also promised to move the mortgage level from 30,000. Currently, we are at 30,000 mortgage per year to 1 million. We'll do that through the affordable housing because we are providing cheap mortgage.
1 million Kenyans will have a mortgage.
Yes.
In the next 5 years,
yes.
is what we're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you to elaborate on that a little bit more, please?
With affordable housing, why we ask ourselves one question first. Why is the mortgage level low? Is because Kenyans cannot afford the financing. It's expensive. But with the affordable, let me tell you, the model we are coming up with, a 1-bedroomed house will cost $1 million. No, 2-bedroomed house will cost $1 million. For studios, we are planning to have it between 500 and 600,000, which is affordable because you realize the rent most of those people pay is between maybe 4,000 to 8,000 per month rent, but you can use the same rent to own a home for a longer period. You get? So that's why I'm telling you, so many Kenyans now will go through that model because it's affordable and you'll still be using the same amount of money that you've been paying for rent. And of course, you live in a decent home. We'll get you out of that poverty penalty scenario where you are being penalized because of being poor. Penalized how? You are living in a slum where you pay to go to toilet. You buy water more expensive. You buy electricity more expensive. You even paid for security. So we want to turn around the whole ecosystem and make sure that Kenyans live in a decent and affordable home. Yes.
You know, it is a wonderful dream. I personally, it's something that I think of, and I say it's a direction we should have gone a long time ago. National Housing Corporation used to do precisely that very many years ago. Then, of course, the Bretton Woods institution came in with their rules and what have you, and that sort of like went completely south. How then do you connect this levy, this tax, this housing tax as we call it, that people have protested about so much? How do you connect it to affordable housing?
Right. Housing levy.
Yes, housing levy. Yes.
Housing levy has been ring-fenced, and its core purpose is to provide affordable housing and other related socio and physical infrastructures.
Okay.
So purposely that fund is meant to achieve what I've just explained.
Okay. How?
We mainly we want to provide for developers. You know, the model we've been using is for developers to design, finance, build, and sell. Okay, so you come with your money. We give you free land. We give you incentives, 16% of VAT and all those other incentives, and then we bring in to make the whole project attractive. We do the last mile connectivity. Then after you build, you sell. What you can't sell, we offtake. Now using the housing fund. So that has attracted many developers to have an interest in the whole, in the whole program.
Developers develop for profit.
Yes, of course.
When they develop, are they only going to develop units that fall into this category of affordable housing, or are they also going to develop units that they can sell to people who can afford something a little more beyond the affordable housing?
Good question. The current model now that we have the housing fund.
Yes.
What we're doing, we are coming up with a model where we do 50% affordable housing. Then 20% social housing, and then 30% market.
Okay.
Because we also want to bring even the other who can afford, but it should be within the affordable housing framework. What you will buy, and the 30%.
Yes.
What you will buy under this program of affordable housing is not what the market is giving.
Yes.
You get it is still affordable. So that if the market for
essentially it's subsidized.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because already we have provided.
So what is social housing then?
Social housing is they are decent homes. They are 1 room, 2 room, and 3 roomed housing, which are slightly smaller than this other affordable housing. You are given a longer period of time to pay, between 25 and 30 years. So it's actually meant for people living in informal settlement, and would want them now to live in a decent way by providing all the possible infrastructures and services.
Okay, so let's take a break. Let's take a break on that note. To come back and we'll ask questions considering our time. Okay, weather and traffic coming up, and then we'll come back. We continue with the CS right after this. It's 7 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 16, highs of 25 and we'll see lows of 14. It's 17 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 14. And we're looking into a mostly sunny Nyeri at 16 with highs of 25. 24 will be the high in a sunny Eldoret at 15. It's sunny conditions at 26 in Mombasa, highs of 30 and lows of 24. And we'll see lows of 25 in a partly sunny Malindi at 27, going to highs of 30. It's sunny at 22 in Kisumu and sunny at 20 in Kakamega. At 21, Kampala sunny through Wednesday, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 27. 16 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 27, and Lagos is pretty cloudy at 24 with highs of 30. Kinshasa will see highs of 33 and lows of 22.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Still into traffic hour, and we're looking at that time where traffic's still heavy on Uhuru Highway. Coming off the Eastern Bypass, not quite sure what's going on there as you approach the AP Training College Junction, and also coming inbound from that area, still heavy. There's a little bit of traffic that's come off of Mombasa Road. It's crossing over at that Cabanas joint and then going through towards Capital Centre, out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. That still continues to pile up as you're getting into the city. You're going to slow down some as you pass Bunyala at the junction, heading out towards Haile Selassie, and looks like it's going to take up some of your time if you just happen to be on that road. Are you coming off a thicker superhighway? I'm sorry, because traffic is heavy right past Survey, and it's moving really slowly as you try to approach Pangani. You'll be fine if you take Wangari Maathai, but then you get stuck as you come towards Chiromo. If that's the road that you're going to take, just know what lies ahead. Coming off Limuru Road, you should be all right, bumper to bumper in some parts, but for the most of it, you'll be able to get through to the city without too much of a headache. Let's hear from you, regardless of what's happening. Let us know. Good route, let us know. Can't find your way out, let us know that as well and see how we can help. Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation with CS Jeru this morning, and as we're going to the break, you had a question.
Right, yeah, I think we've had a lot of good things here. Some, of course, still works in progress. Our reality is that we have a political culture that usually undermines these kind of things. Now, when it comes to the levy, the housing levy that will be collected in an account and held for whichever purpose and disbursed, what's the accountability mechanism? Because, again, we have an active history and even an active practice of abuse of public funds, especially public kitties, across the board. So what are the accountability measures that have been put in place? And then through the almost 2 hours that we've been talking, I've heard very good things. I haven't heard about the role of the public. Where are the public in terms of land, housing, urban development? where are the gaps that you'd like to see, addressed in terms of public engagement? Thanks.
Thank you. This fund will be operationalized through regulations. And currently that's where we are. We are actually at the tail end of draft regulations. Soon we'll draw that to the public so that we have public participation. And I'm requesting the public to come out in large numbers to participate in that, give their views, so that we have regulations that will protect the fund, that will work towards achieving what the fund is meant to achieve. So we have those regulations, and soon we'll be subjecting them to public participation.
Yeah, well, my question is actually accountability of the fund. The regulations and public participation, that's a constitutional requirement, but that's a basic requirement at the development of policy. When it comes to managing a fund, what we found is, number one, funds are very many. Each have their own little administrative structure, and they don't have proper oversight. In fact, we met with Parliament some time back when we were looking at division of revenue in 2019.
Who is we?
Civil society.
Okay.
Met with Parliament. We were looking at the division of revenue issue, and they asked us, where are the reports on the administration of funds? And the reason they asked, and it was the technical teams of Parliament, is because those reports don't exist. Government takes money, uses money, and they do very minimum reporting that is not robust enough for oversight institutions. In other words, oversight institutions don't have visibility of the disbursements out of these funds until the Auditor General comes in, and the Auditor General only does a sample. They don't audit the funds properly. So the concern that maybe is even beyond your docket, but one that you should be mindful of, is that the administration of funds is a challenge. And you have to be very intentional about accountability in terms of the money in, the money out, the approvals, the kind of... So that's really the question. And on public participation, my question is, again, beyond policy, where is the public in terms of getting accountability from your point of view, from your standpoint, in lands administration, land use management, in the housing, in urban development? What's the role of the public? Are they only to come to give views during policy making? Because the anticipation is that at the very local level, citizens are the ones who are the eyes of government. They are the ones who are ensuring what has been resolved is happening. So if that's something that maybe the ministry hasn't paid attention to, maybe there's a need to consider what are the implications for public participation, transparency, accountability with regard to the mandate of the ministry, and how can you help push that agenda?
With the regulations, I'm sure the regulations will stipulate how the fund will be administered. Whether this through a board and etc. and all that. So once these regulations are ready, and then the public participate in the whole in the whole exercise, then that way we will have a guide on how best to manage this fund. But one thing I want to assist is that this fund, and His Excellency the President has insisted that it should be ring-fenced for provision, specifically provision on affordable housing and related physical and social infrastructures. So it's a fund that will be protected and should perform what it was meant for. It will not go to the exchequer for other use. So One, we know it was a bit tight and tough to have it. Therefore, I know the public will also be keen to make sure that it is not misused. And I want to give that assurance as the minister in charge of that docket. So there's a lot of public participation. In fact, whatever we are doing as a ministry and as a government is to make sure that we fully involve the public because the money used comes from them.
Indeed.
So do I hear you to be saying, Waziri, that this structure that you're saying is being put in place, it will give us a clear understanding of the details of what exactly will happen with this money.
Right.
And so with the public participation, you're saying that the public will now have a clear view of the structures so they can actually determine whether the money is actually being used
for the intended purpose.
Okay.
Okay.
And are you saying the public participation is ongoing, like at the local level, where you said that the pilot, the sites that are presently being... did you talk about Huruma?
No,
you said
no, Pangani.
So in Pangani, have you, for instance, had public participation there?
Yes, actually, where I got a lot of information is the Park Road, because already the project has been occupied. And when I went there, there's a lot of views I got, and that was the main purpose for me going there, so that we can know after we build and people occupy, do we just leave or do we go back to get feedbacks? So there are issues that came up which will help me and my ministry improve on the other projects that we are going to embark on.
Oh, so Pangani is complete.
Park Road.
Park Road is
so
complete.
Pangani is ongoing, Jivanji is ongoing. Those two, yes.
Okay. So there was something you mentioned before, talking about 1 million mortgages in the next 5 years, and that is also linked directly to this housing project.
Right.
Is it not? Right? And talking about public participation and that the views of Kenyans, as they bring forth their worries or concerns, are actually considered. One of the things that seem to be coming out the loudest that doesn't seem to be considered is the affordability of this thing for Kenyans. That there are many Kenyans, you talk about rent for between 4,000 to 8,000 per month. The cry still is that a lot of people don't feel that they would actually then be able to afford this. And that it is being paid for essentially by the rest of the country to be able to have this thing done. But Kenyans on this side are saying, we actually cannot afford this thing. We can't afford it. It's a sentiment that comes from quite a number of quarters, must be taken into consideration. What would be the explanation that you would give for somebody who says they can't to now get them to see that they can? Because that seems like what's trying to be done here.
Well, okay, thank you very much. One thing I want to tell you is that this program has become very popular. Once we launch a project and we have it in the Boma Yangu platform, of course, it's also good to explain how do you buy this land.
Yes.
I mean, this
property, yes.
The first thing is you go to the Boma Yangu platform through USSD star 832 hash.
Yes.
Once you're there, you will select the typology you want.
Yes.
First, the project. We have many of them. Say it's Pangani. Then in Pangani we have studios. We have 1 bedroom. We have 2 bedroom. We have 3 bedroom. So you select the typology, and then you start saving. And you start saving with as low as 200 shillings.
With what you have,
yes,
essentially.
200 shillings the minimum. So you can save as much as you can. And you see now already you start saving off plan. And I can tell you they are very popular. Like the Pangani, the Pangani place we went, the houses are not yet complete, but most of them have already been booked and people have started paying. How you book a house is, if you take a house worth $1 million, for instance, it will only be allocated to you after you raise 10% of that amount. And Kenyans are buying it. They are doing that. So one thing I want to tell you, the affordability is clear.
Okay.
It's very affordable.
All right.
Especially comparing to the market demand.
It could be that. Have you assessed the number of individuals? Because I think it sounds good, and people are Kenyans. You want to build a saving culture. You want to get people in mortgages. There are still people who may be below that because of the economic. Since COVID, we realized something, and because of the harsh economic times. If you notice in Nairobi in the mornings, there are people who live and work in the same place because they can't afford to pay the rent they used to pay. What are the considerations about people who've been swept away by the economic downturn?
Are you saying they don't pay for rent?
Right, yes, there are. If you travel in Nairobi in early in the morning hours, you will notice that where people used to maybe just open a kiosk, you'll have people who are now living there. And you might argue and say, oh, this is a violation of what and what. But really, ever since COVID, people got displaced because people used savings, borrowings, whatever. People are still in Nairobi trying to earn. I mean, I patronize a lot of informal whatever. I get my hair done, you know, local people talk about it. When's the last time you went up country? Somebody will tell you they go up country not even at Christmas. They go maybe around after they paid January fees, maybe around March. And they'll go once a year. That's why when they have a bereavement, they even struggle, how will I travel up? So you're talking about people who are working, but they've been pushed. And maybe those are the ones who are saying, how do I
afford this? Where do I begin?
You say this housing fund will build with time. Actually, I met the Minister for Housing and Urban Development of Egypt, and he told me the government, among the many models that they have, they also have houses for the homeless. They live there for free. But that is paid for by people who are also in another category, a high end, where they pay a lot of money. But that covers now
those who cannot afford
exactly, those who cannot afford. So I'm looking for a future where maybe that's where we will go.
Maybe do a survey
and see how. In fact, I'll also be going to Egypt. I really want to see how they are doing it, so that we see whether there's something we can borrow
from that.
Then how do you ensure that people who can afford don't come in and buy to rent? Because that's the other notorious habit.
Yes, one thing, it's one ID, one house. You cannot have
your ID.
Yes.
You can't have one in Nairobi.
No. So that's why we're also telling them, you be careful, you don't just rush, and then you realize
you've locked yourself.
Yes, you've locked yourself. So it's one ID, one house.
It could be the ID for your spouse. It could be the ID for your child. They own different houses.
As long as you're above 18.
Okay.
As long as you're above 18 years.
So 1 year has clocked on your position here, and there are 4 years to go within this stint at this administration. What would you like to see that these 3 state departments under your ministry then would have achieved? What are the achievables that you're looking for that Kenyans can now look back and say, absolutely, Waziri Njeru told us that these things would happen, and here we are 4 years later, and we've actually seen that they have happened beyond what you signed on paper in front of His Excellency the President. But you say, look at this thing, and you say, because I hear you saying one of the things that you said, look, I would like to see a place where people own their land, and we see that quote where you said, I would like to see that they can actually afford the houses where they live. There must be other things that you would like to see.
One, on matters land, 2 issues. One, I want within the 4 years to have fully digitized all our land registries, fully digitized, because that way I'll know when you have that document, the tenure document, the title, you are assured that it is yours, and you can, no one else will come claiming. The other thing is making sure that Kenyans get titles. I've been moving around the country, and I've realized most Kenyans live on land where they don't have security of tenure. And I have started that exercise of giving out titles. We've gone out with His Excellency the President, and you'd see the excitement when those people are receiving those titles. Some of them, actually, I don't think they've ever seen what a title looks like. And they were really fascinated, and you'd see the joy. So I also want to make any person who is eligible to get a title gets it. So that's also one thing that I'm keen to do. And when I'm talking about that, I mean the whole country. I've been to Kitui, I've been to Mwingi, I've been to Narok, I've been to Nakuru. In the next 2 weeks, I'll be in Siaya giving out titles. So this is something that I feel we should do as a ministry, because with that title, now one can be able to use it to either secure a loan or even develop the land that they sit on. On housing, apart from building the structures, we should think about the people who are doing it. So we are really creating jobs. And that is something that gives me joy. When you go to a site, you see young men and women working. When you see that mama there selling tea and chapati, you really feel, apart from the housing, then you are creating jobs. We have also ring-fenced about 69 standardized components that will help also our SMEs and Juakalis and affirmative action groups to make them manufacture. And our contractors and developers, in our contract, we tell them these 69 components should come from the Juakali people, should come from the MSMEs. So we're also creating jobs and improving the economic activities within that area. So those two, if I succeed in that, then I will say I have... You would
look back over the 4 years and say, if we have digitized the whole country when it comes to land, and we have people living in homes that they can afford,
and decent homes.
And decent homes. It is.
And also the job creation to men and women.
Well, how are you linking into the climate change conversation? Because obviously there's a strong link.
Exactly. Yes, in all this housing, we also insist on greening. And part of the contract is to make sure they plant as many trees as they can. They provide the green areas. They also provide these gas facilities. So that we encourage the renewable energy, and also where we have where it allows, we also encouraging solar energy. Yes.
What about water?
Water, where we don't have water, we are sinking boreholes. Actually, what we are saying, all amenities that are required in a living environment are there. Water, electricity, sewer, and also other social amenities like social hall where people can meet, ECDs. We don't want our children to go far. And where we can't afford facilities surrounding that area, maybe schools, we are adding more classrooms. If it's a health facility, we improve on it. If it's a level 3, we do it, we improve it to level 4. So we are doing all that to make sure that facility is actually habitable and people are happy to live there.
Before Can I ask, when you say you do that,
yes,
is that part of the development developers contract?
Yes.
Okay. Before you leave,
10 seconds.
10 seconds?
Well, okay.
Make
you can
it
ask
20.
in 10 seconds. Yeah.
There's land in places like Kericho where there are people who had leases for 999 years.
Yes.
That issue is ongoing. It's being discussed in detail. This one probably I should have asked at the beginning. But maybe in a sentence or two, how is the ministry handling it?
Under the new, under the reforms, the maximum number of years that you can lease the government, the land from the government is 99 years. Yeah, it is now 99 years. So we are no longer in the 999 bracket.
Everything now is
99 years.
Maximum.
Yes, maximum. That is the maximum. But you can give you lower.
Is it automatically renewable?
Well,
or is it at someone else's discretion?
No, once the lease expires, you apply.
Okay.
You apply, and now it goes back to the county government, and then it's them to decide whether to get you the whole, and also look at, did you put into proper use that land, or you just want to have it?
And that determines whether you get it.
Right, yes.
Again.
So there are so many things to look at.
Cabinet Secretary Zachariah Njeri, thank you so much for being with us this morning. You must come again and give us future progress.
Thank you.
In terms of the plans that you have in the ministry and for the country. You'll come again, won't you? It's an open invitation to do it. Thank you.
You are very friendly, Lord.
Well, asante sana.
Thank you very much.
It was good to have you in the room this morning, and looking forward to future conversations around how things will develop in your ministry and indeed around the country. Asante sana. We're coming round towards the top of the hour. It's been 2 hours of having the Cabinet Secretary with us and looking at some of those pertinent issues when it comes to land, public works, housing and urban development around the country, looking at a one government approach to how some of these things are going to be carried out as we go over the next 4 years. He's promised he'll be back to let us know that progress, and we can hold him to account on that. More conversations after this. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire Dennis Aseto. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has urged the National Assembly leadership to forge unity and collaboration among its members for smooth discharging of the parliamentary duties. Speaking while opening the National Assembly leadership retreat, Wetangula said the House leadership had a key role to play in ensuring delivery on the agenda under the banner of building synergy in leadership, enhancing the legislative agenda in the National Assembly. The retreat underscores the pivotal role of cooperation in advancing the nation's interest. The Speaker stressed the significance of transcending political boundaries and nurturing an inclusive atmosphere to tackle Kenya's challenges and seize its opportunities. Kibwezi West MP Mwengi Mutusa has written to the Bomas of Kenya domiciled National Dialogue Committee seeking a change of the country's governance structure to allow presidential candidates to vie for an MP seat in the general election. According to the first-time MP drawn from the Kenya Council side in the August House, the proposed office of the leader of opposition would not cure the winner-take-it-all animosity that has been undoing Kenya's politics after every election. In the recent past, President William Ruto has been keen on the creation, funding and operationalizing the office of leader of the opposition in parliament, but be anchored in law as part of the discussion agenda between the ruling party and the opposition. In his letter to Kalonzo Musyoka and Kimani Ichung'wah co-chaired committee, Mutuse expressed the view that the proposed creation of the opposition chief's office would amount to duplication, as such office already exists by law. And President William Ruto's United Democratic Alliance Party will convene for the National Governing Council meeting on September 29, 2023. UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala made the announcement via letter addressed to members of the party's NGC. The agenda of the meeting, Malala went on, will include an address by President Ruto and discussions on party grassroots elections and any other relevant business. Now, leaders, together with civil society organization Greater Purpose in Trans Nzoia County, are developing an initiative to distribute sanitary towels to 3,000 students, with candidates being given the priority. Speaking after distributing the towels to more than 400 students of St. Joseph Cheptil and Mateket High School in Chiranganyi constituency, Motoshir Ward MCA Jacqueline Kurgat, Teresia Meto and Chemos Tirkoi of Greater Purpose said that it is disappointing that about 1 million female students across the country miss classes due to lack of sanitary towels, which has been worsened by poverty.
Tunalenga kufikia wanafunzi zaidi ya 3,000 ambao ni wasichana. Lengo letu ni kuweza kuwaweka wasichana shuleni, pia kuangalia mimba za mapema.
Mzazi ni mzazi. Huwezi sema kwa sababu sasa mimi ni mwanaume hatuwezi pata nafasi ya kuja kusaidia watoto kama hawa. Haya mambo yote yanatuhusu sisi kama wazazi. Hawa watoto wanaumia sana, hawana uwezo ya kununua hayo sanitary.
Ingekuwa mzuri sana wafanye budget yenye wakipewa wakijua kama ni 3 months na ikifika wakati huo imefika tena kwa wakati nzuri, na pia ingewezekana kama viongozi kama MP na lobby mali pengine pia si ategemee CDF peke yake.
The students and the principal of Matiket High School, Caroline Rotich, have expressed their gratitude, which they say will boost academic standards.
Jina langu ni Shani Sofia. Kuna wenye wanatoka kwa the humble ground wanakosa hadi wanakosa kukuja shuleni. Tunashukuru kwa sababu itatusongesha.
Naitwa Margaret Njoki. Sasa zingine hata inafika mahali hadi mtu anaamua kwenda kutafuta boyfriend. Kosa hii inaathiri performance kwa sababu ukikaa darasa unakaa bila comfortable, unakosa kusikiza ni mwalimu anasema kwa sababu huko unajishuku.
On the average, mwanafunzi anaweza kosa shule kama siku 2, siku 3 kwa mwezi kwa sababu ya kukosa sanitary towels.
Kwa sababu wote wako kwa system ya NEMIS, capitation ya mashule waongeze ya kununulia wasichana hawa sodo.
The towels are partly sponsored by the management of the Eldoret Referral Hospital, that is Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Some people who claim to be members of the Mau Mau from Nyanza region have complained of being excluded by government and being denied compensation. At a meeting with journalists in Kisii, they complained of frustrations while following up on their compensation claims. They are now appealing to the Attorney General Justin Muturi to hear them out and ensure that they are compensated.
Hii video tumeifuata muda mrefu kutoka 2005, 2009 tukiwa tunafuatilia. Kesi tulimaliza.
Babu yangu alikuwa anaitwa Mogaka. Ndiye aliuawa huko Addis Ababa. Ndiyo sababu tumekuja hapa na Kenya mzima isikie kilio sa Mau Mau ili Attorney General msikie kilio.
Vice President alisema hata yeye ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. Asaidie sisi tuone.
This is News. I'm Dennis Azeto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
On the mountain top, come on. On a sailing ship, Jamaica, I made us stop. Hey, proud to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My head is turning around. Leave a little girl in Kingston town.
Our age is showing.
Kabisa?
A long time ago.
Who's song?
Amekuona.
And that's why we sing. And you look at me when you begin with the sunshine.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, this morning at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, we're still looking at bits and bobs of traffic in different parts of the city. Shouldn't be anything too painful right about now, though. We're looking at most of it coming off the Thika Super Highway right around that Pangani underpass. That's where it will be the most troublesome for now. Some movement coming out of Westlands, but most of it then will be on Uhuru Highway when we're looking into the CBD. That's traffic coming in all the way from Mombasa Road out towards Haile Selassie at the junction and then out into the CBD. Apart from that, it seems to have dwindled. So yeah, it hasn't been too terrible. Even what was going on right around the Eastern Bypass seems to have fizzled out as well. We've done well, folks. Let's keep talking and check back in about half an hour, see if it has all fizzled away. Spice FM KE on X as we keep things moving this morning. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. On the mountain top, come on. Sailing ship, Jamaica, I made us stop. Hey, proud to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My head is turning around. Leave a little girl in Kingston town. Our age is showing. Kabisa?
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
9 o'clock, we're into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and going into furthering the conversation now as we get into the last bit of it, right? So very many things are afoot still in the country, and even as we get onto that, let's look at a date not too far from now where, yes, the country will come together, and we'll be looking at a situation whereby we say, look, let's put our legs to make sure that some people then can benefit. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Kenya's largest single-day athletics event. It's back, and again this year, it's bigger than it ever was. It's the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, and we're saying Uhuru Gardens is a place to be on the 29th of October, very early in the morning. Are you going to be in the family fun race? It's going to be 10K. Is it going to be 21? Is it going to be 42? The full marathon? What is it going to be? Will you do the virtual run a week before and have your numbers put on the leaderboard? Whatever it is that you're going to do, log on to www.nairobimarathon.com. You register with 2,000 shillings. You get all your necessary paraphernalia. And guess what? The proceeds from this go towards the Future Makers program. It helps young people, especially girls and people living with disability, to learn, earn, and grow. It's coming up. It's the 29th of October. Register today and have that done. Sawa sawa. Let's do it, folks. It's for a good cause. And it also helps you out, a little bit here and there. Fitness, nini. Right? Okay. As we get into this hour, Ndu Okoh, CT Muga with you. Eric is away for some time. He will be back, not to worry. Those who want to bank pots and do other things, he'll be back. Wajiro Gikonyo is our guest host this morning, and she's been with us since early in the morning as we continue into this final conversation. We're going to get into it and talk with you at some point as well. But before we do that, let's take a wrap of today's Malawian proverb.
Indeed. One does not make a shield in the battlefield. You don't get to the battlefield and then you start figuring out, okay, now how do I make a shield? And you are in the battlefield.
And say, this is how we're going to do it. Can't start when the fight is already on.
No, you can't. Well, you can, but
surest way lose miserably.
Surest way to lose.
That's the surest way to lose. Prepare for a fight when you're already in it. Indeed. There's a fight that we're in already. And when we look, so many things just seem to be compiling and compacting at the same time, right? The cost of living through the roof, and that was, okay, what was going to happen when the new administration came in, when the old administration was going out, trying to make life a little bit better for folks, isn't it? And there were promises, there were many things said about what would be done. Okay, so maybe it's not just quite as they promised. Okay, a year down the line and things are quite sticky, and then Gafla Binvu, before anything else happened, you're hit by skyrocketing fuel prices. But one of the pictures that was painted about a situation that is really playing out that could give rise to some of these things that we see is the pictures that we saw coming from the Embakasi garrison on Monday, whereby 350 KDF slots were up for grabs. And there were certain requirements that were laid bare, that you must have been an NYS recruit. There are certain things that you must have achieved. It was a deep lane that you must have gotten in school, etc., etc. But there were tens of thousands of people who showed up for 350 jobs. Many people traveled from around the country to come to Embakasi. And the majority of the people who showed up on Monday were turned away. Because look, we needed 350. There's no way we're taking 351 kind of thing. It paints a picture of a situation that doesn't look very good. That people will do just about anything. Mind you, these are not just anybody from all walks of life. These are individuals who were qualified for this. That means they had all gone through the NYS training, because that was one of the things. If you've not gone through NYS, you cannot even come here and try and get this recruitment done. So these are the ones that we see. What picture is actually being painted about how bad the unemployment situation is? How badly are people looking for a coin to be able to survive? And that is a reality that we're faced with today. And the question is, what must happen? How bad is the situation? We're going to get you guys to talk to us about that this morning and say, tell us what is Kenya actually going through right now when it comes to employment. We can see the pictures. It doesn't look good. When a few slots are up for grabs and thousands of people apply, what does it look like? Manjiro.
Well, in my view, first of all, when you talk about unemployment, Kenya has unemployment, underemployment. There are forms in which unemployment is masked. You could even argue that some of the jua kali is a form of masked unemployment, because some of those jua kali jobs, and Raila Odinga in his day, when he was launching the ODM party manifesto in, was it 2005? Orange. They had a very good write-up on informal sector where he said that, a lot of these are survivalist jobs. They're actually a form of masked unemployment, because you can't get a job. There you go, you find somebody selling mitumba, you go and you get the exact same mitumba, you put a stall right next across the road, because it's what you see. That's a form of unemployment. We've now kind of gotten used to this, and we say, but afadhali huyo, we are more concerned about the person who has nothing to do. So unemployment is very high. Formal unemployment, and I don't have the figures, formal unemployment has been, kind of stagnated in this country for the longest time. So a lot of the job creation takes place in the informal sector. That said, there are new sectors that have opened up for employment. You've got the digital, you've got content creation, you've got jobs that didn't exist before that young people with skills are able to get into. On a positive note, government has, for the last, many years, because this started also under the Uhuru Ruto administration, this emphasis on TVET, where we are trying to get young people to skill up so that you're more able to do something for yourself, you're more able to sell yourself, you're more employable, because maybe you didn't make it into formal education. TVET has had a problem attracting people because there's a mindset that this is for failures. There's a mindset. Yep. Everyone knows white collar education. You want to go to a university or a college, but when you put TVET, they think that's a failure. Now, we've had this year, last year, this year, the enrollment in TVET has also gone up.
Yes.
Government is also, financing. I don't know whether it's on loan or whether it's on grant, but there's money that's available.
But it's a hybrid.
Yeah. But the core of it is that we have the structure of our economy has not been creating jobs. And I'll link that to a little bit of the work that when I was, actively part of the Okoh Uchumi campaign, some of the work we looked at, and if you look at the World Bank reports, because they study this a lot, is we have structural barriers in our economy where it's not easy to enter into certain sectors. Those sectors then don't create jobs, and these are structural issues that need to be dealt with. The Kenya Kwanza manifesto recognized that and has, made a promise to open up these sectors, open up value chains, and as they open up the value chains, open up the employment opportunities. And this, we've had a little bit just in the hour before about the housing sector, linking production of inputs with the jua kali sector. It has to be intentional. So what can I say? It's very dire because the economic circumstances are very bad. There's work going on to open it up. So where do we look and where do we focus? I think it's important to talk about it. It's important to monitor it. And if you're in a position, create jobs. Because, whatever you do, you hire 1-2 people, keep the circulation going. But maybe my last point is it happens in an economic reality. And that's why I don't understand government's taxation policy. Because they have all these good laid down plans, then they come and overtax small businesses. They are taxing larger businesses, but whatever taxes they had proposed on large businesses, some of them were then reduced or even rescinded, whereas on small businesses they appear to be adding the taxation. And then they have these what they call the indirect taxes, the VAT, the excise duties that are very punitive. So you can't create jobs if you don't allow businesses to thrive. And I think, so imports, the government's talked about, it's been a problem. So you've got the type of development we do relying on imports from outside. They've talked about changing that. But with the tax regime they are adopting, they are shooting themselves in the foot.
I do think it's absolutely necessary to talk about it. And oftentimes the thing is also how often do you keep the conversation going? And the thing is that it has to be kept there, because then what you will have is that you will have shocks, every now and then you'll have a shock like what you saw on Monday, and then you realize, oh, wait a minute, this problem is actually there. Or you will have public service announcements for jobs, and there's 500 jobs and they have 10,000 people applying, another shock, and then you're told, oh, okay, this is what it actually looks like. So that's why it's necessary to keep the conversation happening. The thing though is that I think there is amnesia or myopia when it comes to exactly what you're saying, that it is we accept, and I think we need to make it very clear, it is not the government's job to provide jobs. It's not what they're supposed to do. What they're supposed to do is create an environment so conducive that there will be jobs, or that there will be opportunities where people can go into entrepreneurship, where people can create business, where people then can have businesses that will eventually create these jobs. Now, is the environment hostile when it comes to making sure that these things can thrive? And I think the answer there is yes. Because then you see things like the increase of taxes, it makes the environment hostile. When you see that there are mandatory 1, 2, 3 that maybe are not necessary, it makes the environment hostile. When you see that there is not enough, in my opinion, being done to reduce the burden on people who are trying to hobble their way through, those things make the environment uninhabitable and hostile. And it is the counter of what government is supposed to be doing, and that's where we see the problem.
There's an analogy you like giving, the hamster and the
wheel.
Yes. You see, it's a discussion that very many people have, and it occupies our mind, and a lot of the times I think it's a zero-sum game just even having this discussion, because we are definitely holding the stick from the wrong end. Because with all these discussions, you know why we hit a brick wall? You're thinking, okay, and then what? I mean, we've had the discussion. We know what the government ought to do, or we think we do, and we are in this situation where we think we're discussing a problem that we all can see so very clearly, and then we grind to a halt. If you ask me, you're not going to ask me, so I'll answer it anyway.
Voila.
Thank you very much. The answer to this particular problem lies in the very discussion. In this sense, we say the government should it should. But what should it do? Create an environment. What do you mean create an environment? In my opinion, there are countries that have shown us how it is done. This change we're talking about only comes about when your education system teaches this. It teaches you to create a job, to think in terms of doing something that creates a job for yourself first. So that by the time you actually leave school, you know, the CBC and what it purports and what it proposes is edging in that direction. What if instead of this certificate that you get after Form 4 or whatever it is, what you're graded on is how workable the project that you embarked on, the proposal, can actually be implemented. So that by the time you're leaving school, you've actually even implemented it and one has seen signs. So you leave school when your whole mind is focused on how you can make this project of yours work and how it can generate an income. Now, you take that idea, if you go to, say, further education, all you'll do is you'll have a situation where you have expanded on that same idea. So you breed or you bring up an entire generation of people who think of how to create jobs instead of waiting for someone to create a job where they can fit themselves into. By the way, there are countries already doing this. If you go to the country of Estonia, that is exactly what the education system is like. What I've just described now, and even in better terms, that's exactly what they do. So what do you find in Estonia? There are more jobs than there are people.
So what are you saying, CT, essentially, that an education system must churn out people who already know what they are going to do, as opposed to graduating, whether it's from primary school, high school, looking for a job?
Yes.
Because what we are saying is that my whole goal and aspiration is for me to go to school and graduate from college, whatever,
and then look for
a job.
No. But
so what we're saying is that we actually must use this curriculum that we have right now, and we're seeing that replicated in different, if we're going to just look at Africa, it's being replicated across different nations, same CBC kind of thing, to have individuals get to the point whereby they are thinking about how you
live with a job, and you're the one who has the job. It is you, not looking for it. You actually have a job. And if you want to fit into another entity or an institution, you've already thought, because it's part of your work in school, how you will fit in and how you'll add value. So the idea of you looking for a job doesn't even arise. You see, yes, the system is being applied in very many parts, even on the continent, but with what rate of success?
It's not.
Yes.
It's less than 1%.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I like that very much. Estonia has a lot to teach us, even though we must remember it's a country of 1.5 or 2 million people.
My dear, even if there are 500,000.
They don't have some of the drama, but that we have, some of our realities.
Their drama has been worse than Jiro. Remember, this is a country that has been colonized, God knows, 4 or 5 times, okay?
True.
They've had upheavals, they've had all sorts of things. And they also have a very large diaspora, please understand. You see, the proof of the concept, if it can work with that small community,
it can work anywhere.
And I'm in agreement.
Yes.
I'm in agreement. What you're talking about is mindset. And really, I think the reality that's come to bear is that our education has conditioned us to look for jobs.
Yes.
That don't exist. And even when we look for jobs, we go in and are not, there are countries that say Kenyans are good workers. The US ambassador, when she was talking about all kinds of things, even though a lot of her facts were wrong, she was wrong on corruption. It was also...
Oh, no. She knows exactly what she was talking about.
When she said that corruption is not a big issue.
No. We should understand what she means.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So
she knows full well.
So she said, Kenyans are very highly regarded as employees. We may be exporting our best, because if you talk to local businesses, they complain about the quality and mindset. So the point I was going to make...
The country rarely exports the best. The best tend to remain in-house. You may not think so, but they actually do. The testimony of the good system we have is how people thrive out there. That's what tells you that perhaps this system that we have does create an environment, or creates in you the ability to thrive even when you're out of this system. And it also tells you that perhaps our system stifles you, so you don't get the opportunity to bloom as you could. I apologize for interrupting you. Now, please continue.
In fact, for once, I'll say no. That's a very good interruption because it's we're also listening to each other.
We're making progress, folks.
But I know. So the point is mindset, and what we are saying here is that our education system has a lot of strengths, but it also has gaps. You need problem-solving approach. But also, as you say, Ndu, and then also there's this issue of TVET, the technical education, and elevating and respecting that, because it's really, really important to have people who work in skills. And we don't really cater adequately for that, even in the creative sector. It's very interesting. We talk about digital and creative, and every time that conversation begins to unfold, it's always about the digital, not really the creative. So there's many sectors that are moving and are vibrant that really don't have policy support. So that if you look at the creative sector, Kenyans make it by themselves. There are no supporting structures, not by way of funding, not by way of tooling and skilling. You now see some small programs coming up to help people, because research has also shown that fast businesses tend not to survive, because especially if the entrepreneur has not worked before, has not been incubated and supported, because they may know their product or they may have the passion, but they don't have the wherewithal to run a business and to do all of that. So the percentage of fast businesses that fail are very many. And if you talk to any entrepreneur, they'll say, good if your business failed, because that's how you learn. You're in the school of life. What am I saying? It's about mindset. It's also about the environment. And I think government has a very big role to play. I think Kenyans are doing their part, given the circumstances that we have. So much as you say government is not the one to create the jobs, I think government policy creates the environment, whether it's the business environment, whether it's the school environment.
Or in this case, doesn't.
Well, yeah.
That's what we're saying. If we're saying that there's a hostile environment, that means there's something that should be happening that is not happening, or that is not happening to the level where it is going to foster this kind of growth that we are talking about, or foster this kind of implementation. And I think that, so you're right. I mean, look, it's as though people who are going into this thing where we're saying embrace the spirit of entrepreneurship, embrace the spirit of now being able to create things for yourself. Because let's be honest, look at the economies that we tout about today. All the big businesses that we see today that come out of the US, for example, they started as individuals, in a lot of cases, who started building on their own. They were allowed to do that. And when I say allowed, it's because the system had been so set up that, all right, if you need access to this, you have it. If you need access to this, you have it. And so the environment was robust to allow them to do that. And then they began to claw on all of these because of the surpluses that they were able to realize as a result of having successful business. One of the things that we hear oftentimes here is that, you may have a wonderful... Look, just 2 months ago, we had this conversation yesterday. 9 what would be touted as big potential businesses in Kenya shut down. Why? Because of this thing that we're talking about. One, the funds that they had, suddenly there was the expectation that they would grow. Where are you growing? Are you trying to grow in an environment where, again, it's hostile? Are you trying to grow in an environment whereby you're asked to be compliant with certain things where it's difficult to do?
Exactly.
And this is what we are saying.
Exactly. So
what is the cost of compliance, for example, for doing business in Kenya?
Government fiscal policy, which is their taxation policies. Government's expenditure policies, which is the services that support your business environment, access to roads and all of that, cost of power, all that is the environment. Then there is the regulation. Regulation including whether you'll be harassed, whether it's by KRA or whether it's Kanjo. But also the other disconnect that's been there that we've woken up to very late is that majority of employment is in the informal sector. And for the longest time, there was a mindset that we want to formalize the informal. But I think there's now an increasing awareness that the informal exists as it does, and you need to get solutions that are oriented to the informal. And the idea of formalizing the informal sector is rooted in, it was first identified by ILO. This is a kind of global company, a global institution working with a very Western model. And they're like, man, there are all these informal. Of course, it then ballooned. The informal sector grew after the structural adjustment programs. But now, by embracing informal, like what we see, this affordable housing, and I'm not yet a campaigner for it. Not yet. Right now, I'm more convinced by the implementation side than I was before. But when you structure like this, when you kind of disaggregate, you segregate the categories, you recognize that people work and operate in certain categories. That is a more realistic way of embracing inclusion. There was also something else that goes to mindset, a conversation I was having with somebody who's running a project similar to, and there's something happening in Kenya and also happening in Rwanda, where they were criticizing this idea of cash transfers and saying instead of cash transfers, we need to transfer money to households, but link those transfers to empowerment, so that those households are then being trained and assisted to get into self-employment. So I will say it's about mindset. It's about how do we see our employment scenario looking like? How many jobs will be created in the formal kind of companies? What is the environment of the small businesses? If you look at Southeast Asia, the growth in Southeast Asia has been based on small, informal. Some will grow and graduate. Some remain small, family-owned, and now they struggle with how do you continue these family-owned. But they make the economy go round. So there's the recognizing that Africa's growth will not necessarily follow Western growth, but it's also creating space so that the environment enables the large, the medium, the small, the micro, and the mindset is one that is proactive, not maybe fatalistic.
How do you get and grow that mindset?
You said it yourself. It starts, for me, I'm a big believer, it starts with policy. Like now we are talking about the education. I'm a big believer,
it starts with education.
Yeah, but education starts with the policy because that's where you put in your values and your objectives and you build consensus on what we want. The problem we have as Kenya is we are very technical. Even this urban housing, the discussion immediately went to we're building so many units. And you're like, where's the connectivity with the structures,
what's happening around here, indeed, in terms of what people need,
what people want, and so you always have to start with values. What's our philosophy? So I think we want to move from this colonial education that we inherited and have tinkered with to a proactive post-colonial or decolonization.
Indeed, shedding off.
Are we going to a break?
Yes, we are. Let's take a break and we come back. And we also want to open the lines at that point. So we're just going to remind you, 0719-012-600. Let's hear from you as well. This unemployment issue, this job environment issue, this looking for jobs, or we should be going towards entrepreneurship. It's a whole conversation and we'd like you to join us on that. It's 24 minutes to 10 o'clock. We continue with that after this.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Tatu City is in talks with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority to streamline power tariffs for all its power users. The discussion was led by Energy and Petroleum Principal Secretary Alex Washira during a recent visit to Tatu City. Part of the discussion was on the current and proposed threshold of metering voltages and tariffs for SEZs in Kenya following the gazettement of SEZs tariffs. Consumer Federation of Kenya is threatening to sue the Insurance Regulatory Authority for failing to protect policyholders. COFEC says a number of insurance firms in the country have been breaching the capital adequacy ratio. This, it notes, is putting policyholders at risk in the event the organizations go under. Specifically, COFEC argues that the firms have not been able to comply with Section 23 of the Insurance Act, which prescribes minimum capital required to operate. Traditional TV and home video will continue to be the king of Kenya's advertising industry, according to a new report, with internet advertising set to take over the top spot in 2027. PricewaterhouseCoopers Entertainment and Media Outlook report projects that the value of traditional TV and home video will be $430 million, approximately 63.25 billion shillings in 2026. This will be a growth of $12 million from $418 million this year. However, internet advertising is expected to breach the gap by 2026 to stand at $429 million, approximately 63.11 billion shillings. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM Business. Spice up your life.
At 21 minutes to 10 o'clock, Kenya's biggest single-day athletics event takes place on the 29th of October. Remember that we're coming out to run in the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, and you're asking yourself, where do I register? www.nairobimarathon.com. How much do I pay? 2,000 shillings. What does it get you? All the paraphernalia that you need to run, as well as information on the different races, the family fun run, the 21K, the 10K, and the 42K. That's the full marathon. Future makers. That's what we're doing this for girls and people with disability. It gives them the opportunity to earn, learn, and grow. Register today. Run on the 29th. It's the 20th edition. It's a special one. Let's do this. We're coming back into our conversation and asking the question, what needs to happen so that we get to a place whereby they call for 350 jobs and people do not feel the need to be desperate enough to get out there. Titi, we're talking about that before we went to break.
Yes, you know, you mentioned in passing about businesses and the numbers that have closed. Some fall under the category of what we call startups. And when Jiro very correctly said, you know, there's a very big difference between what you call startups, the funding that creates them, and own businesses where somebody looks for money, borrows, does whatever, and starts the business. Very different. But there is a conversation that is had around startups and seed money and all that conversation, financial conversation coming to Kenya. The truth is, when you hear it's coming to Kenya, you assume it's coming to natives of Kenya. It doesn't. The people who get this money may live in Kenya. They may even be residents of Kenya. And the ideas may be about things that happen to Kenya. But part of the reason why those projects fail is because they actually don't understand this very country that they are applying these things to.
Give us an example, Citi.
Well, I'll give an example, for instance, of this company that went belly up, Kune. Okay? Who was it who was running it, and what were they trying to do? It was hospitality food industry, isn't it? So what did they get wrong when it comes to the business that they were doing? It seemed like a good idea when you hear it, but then when you go into the nitty-gritty and talk to people who are in the industry, I am not an expert in that industry, they tell you, you know, the dynamics of doing a certain type of business, especially if it's an eatery, there are certain requirements. Now, if, for instance, I've never eaten in a kibanda, I will not know how a kibanda works. Kibanda, an informal sector where food is cooked on the side of a road. That food tends to be some of the best food you can eat. You know why? It is cooked every single day.
Yes.
There are no leftovers. Okay? Now, they are devoid of the way the business is run. Someone will keep his 300 shillings to bribe the county official who is going to ask him for God knows what. He'll have another 200 shillings he's kept aside for whoever it is who is supposed to ensure that his business is aligned with the business requirements. Okay? and he knows his clientele. So even when they cook because they know what people eat and how it is they want it and what they can afford. So he's figured out the margins. Now, if you are not in that sector, but you think you understand that line of business, you may be applying the sort of processes that apply to a different sector in the food industry, but not this one. And the likelihood of failure is really high. Okay? Now, why am I saying this? It's with regards to, say, for instance, something like education. You asked me to give examples. Do you know why private schools work? It's because the demand factor when it comes to education is huge. Now, parents in this country still believe that the best thing you can do for your child is to give them a good education.
Yes.
So if they feel the government system is clogged up and it isn't serving their interest, they will scrap, they will scringe, they will look for anything, but they'll make sure that their children get a good education. And that sentiment and that ethos isn't going away. It's exactly how we as Kenyans still think. So we'll live beyond our means, but we'll make sure that children go to school. So somebody starting a school is very likely to succeed because the demand already exists.
That, and also, I think the point that you made during the break as we discussed this is a lot of this startup money isn't coming to Africans.
No, it's not.
It's coming to,
people who reside in Kenya.
Some reside.
Some don't.
Some don't. If you look
sometimes even going to policy and creation of documentation.
You look at, I've seen a couple of articles, because usually it will be beginning of the year, Kenya startups. And then you look and you say, who are all these Mzungus? Where is this money? And fine, they could be Kenyans, but I'm like, where are the Africans? I mean, there's innovation as well. So this goes back to access to credit for good ideas and how difficult it is for indigenous Kenyans to get access to credit. Because where's this environment? So I think that's another factor.
No, you're right, Wanjiru, because when you talk about venture capitalism, for instance, yesterday we had this discussion with Leonard Mudachi, and what I said, our banks are super averse to risk, but they make profits.
Yeah, huge profits.
Yes, now, you're talking about government policy. The reason they make huge profits is because they're in business with the government. So the government may not see it, but the very thing they're trying to do, they're the ones who actually hinder it. Why would banks want to do business with you, a troublesome Kenyan like myself, a troublesome Kenyan, when you can give money to the government and you sit back and wait for them to give you back?
And in fact, one of the Achilles heel of the better program is that rather than opening up opportunities, it's closing out because of the way it's financed. Because you can't compete with private sector and expect that you're going to grow the economy. So, and then when it comes to access to credit, because there's been a lot of talk about access to credit, there are a lot of facilities, institutions that are set up, but that's not venture capital.
No.
And that's not the kind of financing they give to entrepreneurs.
The majority of people that we see
a lot
seeking,
to be done.
Yes, absolutely. But if we're looking at the droves of people that we see here who are still in a position whereby you are depressed, and I'm not talking about a mental state of things. I'm talking about at a low level with inability rife to be able to come up because of 1, 2, 3. Even if you had finished school, perhaps, and your path was to find a job. That has not happened. And say you want to get into a particular business because you had an idea. We still go back to that place whereby we're saying, what is going to guarantee that you can do that? That there are certain things that must be in place to guarantee that you can have that. And those are the solutions that we need to look for. And for me, it's a through pass for government. And I don't see why it's not being taken up.
Yeah.
And it sounds so simple, but what you need to do is make sure that this environment is so that you don't have to have a plethora of licenses where somebody wants to be able to open up a shop, for example. That they don't come tomorrow and the price of being able to do 1, 2, 3 has tripled in a month. You see, that certain things that you can actually create whereby the people who are getting into these entrepreneurial positions will actually be able to grow the economy by what they are doing, and it actually halves your work if you want to think about it. So it seems like a no-brainer to me. Why would you not want to make the environment easier for these hundreds of thousands of people to then be able to operate. Why wouldn't you?
This fiscal space issue actually now has really become a preponderant. It has become a barrier because we're talking about the last 10 years and now the Ruto regime has picked the same model of government really sucking up a lot of finance to the detriment of business. The other thing that government's getting wrong is where they are spending, because I've said this a few times. The Kibaki administration pushed about 27% of the budget to the local level, through the district, through CDF, through the very local authorities, through the funds. A whole load of money was going down to the local level. Now, the moment it goes down to the local level, it means the priorities are very local. It means the suppliers are local. Fine, there was, a good amount of waste. You have corruption, but the money is circulating. When what you had with Uhuru Ruto is that they kind of consolidated procurement they centralized procurement. And so again, they blocked out the middle level contractors who were then competing with the big guns because they wanted to consolidate and have bigger. They were looking at efficiency. I don't know what else they were looking at. So the model, and this is why I was saying policy and the philosophy. The philosophy has to be, we have to ask the question, government has to ask the question when they are developing schemes, is at what level are we implementing and how many jobs will connect to this? I'll give one last example, waste to energy. There's a discussion in Nairobi about waste to energy.
Big one,
yeah. If you look at the documents and if you look at the literature, if you want to create jobs, you do the recycling, not the waste to energy. And if you are going to do waste to energy, you're then going to do it at a modular level as opposed to doing one big centralized kind of plant. So we have to balance the drive for efficiency with job creation. And I'm not saying we go inefficient, but we have to recognize that with automation, jobs will be lost. Like we've had, those people have to be absorbed somewhere. And so wherever we can, we need to get develop the type of projects that create jobs, as opposed to just thinking we need revenue alone. You could have revenue from 10 big projects that don't employ people. Unemployment is a problem. People deserve and need to be gainfully engaged.
They do deserve it. I mean, it's as of rights in one way or another. But I see that the solutions to the problems are essentially lying right in front of us. But then it's the desire for take-up and maybe doing a little bit extra, applying a little bit more elbow grease to making sure that these things come about, then all goes to the desire and appetite to actually have it done. Because honestly, we cannot say that it was impossible for us to see linkages between an education system like CT advocates for and a policy system which you advocate for. It is clear to me that we cannot work in silos when it comes to sorting out these things. That your policy must be informed by what you are teaching in school and vice versa. That what you're teaching in school is also informed by what the national outlook is. That are we going to make sure that we have an economy that is robust and that it is working? Well, then who are you putting into the economy? It's these ones who are in school. What are you delivering at the end of the day? And so if the plan is to make sure that we don't have the kind of things that we saw, or that we don't have the kinds of things that we are guaranteed to see if the system has not changed, then how are you implementing that? How are you making sure that everybody is working in tandem to say, okay, guys, you know what? It is clear that not everybody who comes out of school will get a job. Are we advocating for the majority of them to use the skills and knowledge that they have gotten over 18 years of going to school, that they're coming and contributing to an economy that's robust? And if they're going to contribute, how are we making sure that those who govern are making it very clear that we have provided 1, 2, 3, it's plug and play. All you really need to do is come and put yourself into a working system. It'll take time, it'll take work, but where's the appetite for me? And I think that's my issue. That do we understand that this thing can actually work? That the solutions are here, but we just need to uncover them.
I get very disturbed, particularly when I hear government talk about creating jobs and creating jobs overseas as a main way of creating jobs, because I look at that as a failed policy. And then also when you bear in mind, a lot of politicians run overseas recruitment agencies. So there's a conflict of interest. If you're sitting there really trying to solve a problem about unemployment, and you have an agency that nets you a lot of money by sending people to the Emirates, your ability to engage with the problem is dulled because your direct interest is to send as many out of the country.
But you know something, Wanjiro? I agree they exist, what you may refer to as a conflict of interest, but we're a young country if you look at the average age of the bulk of our population. We are a growing population. So even if they send people abroad, it doesn't mean that they're depleting the resources that are needed locally. Not necessarily. You see, what it means in my mind is that the opportunities that could have been created, as you say, don't exist. But now from my point of view, which is nestled in the education system, that picture that we saw the other day of all those young people who want to join KDF, if you're looking for a testimony and evidence of the failure of our system, it is that.
I agree, but I also wish to. I also insist that the idea that we're going to send semi-skilled young people out of the country as a solution to our unemployment problem is a failed policy. If we are like India, that has a surplus of medical personnel, and you're sending out your high-level personnel, that's a different scenario. But when we start hemorrhaging medical personnel, doctors and nurses that we can't afford to lose, it shows we have an imbalance not only in employment creation, but in retaining skills. So no, I think our policy framework has had too much vested interest, maybe even this adversarial politics. People don't sit down and talk about things that matter. You'll see that when they sit here, they
do talk about things that matter
to them.
That's the problem.
They do talk.
Who is getting which office? And then you're wondering, actually, Kenya is held up by private sector, by the initiative of Kenyans doing it by themselves, because government has done a minimum. In fact, Kenyans thrive despite government. And I think we've really spoiled this government such that they overtax us, and then they waste our time talking about their interests.
This is
you can allow me to finish.
It's a good day.
You can allow me to finish.
We just agree.
Oh, we were almost getting there, but
I know.
Now that we're here,
I mean, at the very end,
please,
you can allow me to finish.
Continue,
yes,
please.
In fact, I've forgotten what I was saying. So
no,
just continue.
You haven't forgotten, Wanjiro. Just remember.
No, the point I was making is government is the biggest barrier to Kenya moving to that next level. In that, there is too much interest, they are too overbearing, they are too inefficient. Private sector, informal and formal, have done their part. And I think that's what has held us up. So we need to rebalance this conversation and really tell government.
Are they really inefficient, Wanjiro?
Who, government? Oh my gosh.
This is a loaded question.
Are you kidding me?
This is a loaded question.
Yes, answer. Yeah, maybe are they?
Because the thing is, where you choose to be inefficient is where probably you'll be graded. But there are places where efficiency is the order of the day.
Yes.
It depends on what you're talking about.
Yes.
So are they
look at the systematic manner in which people who have the power to bleed the economy.
That's efficient par excellence.
That's talent.
That's talent.
Yes. Now imagine if that talent was reversed and used to actually bring about the good which it's intended for.
Yeah.
So the ability exists. It's just that the channeling is completely off.
So guess what? We will go around this conversation time and time again. Our age-old problem is political accountability. Because the Kenya economy has grown, our poverty indicators have more or less improved. You know, we are on a gentle upward trajectory. But we are not.
You're optimistic.
We are not inclusive. We are not creating the jobs because we lack the political accountability for politicians to, one, implement what they promise, and to institute policies that are favorable to Kenyans, because there's a lot of irresponsibility, I think. So I say government is our weakest link in this regard.
This is interesting. A couple of days ago, we had an interview. We had a conversation with Ahmed Nasir, and one thing that he said stuck in my mind. And he said, you know what? The conversation has to be front and center. It must be clear in the minds of those who have a responsibility to do the work for the country that Kenyans are aware of what they're supposed to do. That we know what you're supposed to do, and we are constantly telling you that we are aware. It is at that point that you'll find that, okay, it's either you do it or you don't. And if you don't, then you need not be there. See what we're saying? So that is why these conversations need to continue. That is why it is highly important that this information is put out there regularly, that they are aware that Kenyans know, that we are aware that we know that policy must be in a certain direction. And if we don't keep the conversation front and center, it'll be very difficult to do anything otherwise. Guys, we've come to the end of the conversation for today. Kenya's biggest conversation ends shortly on a note for stuff to be thought about, so that we don't see those harrowing pictures, so that it doesn't come to our minds over and over again that we're in a situation whereby things are a bit difficult. So, Wanjiro, thank you for being here again and hosting with us. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and looking forward to more conversations where we can do this again in the future.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Asante sana. Till tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. where we do it all over again. Thanks for keeping it. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We do it again at 6 tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Kenya's bid to transition to e-mobility as well as ease traffic congestion within the Nairobi metropolitan has been greatly boosted following the signing of an 8.7 billion shillings deal with a US firm. The funds are meant for the acquisition of electric buses to operate within the area bus rapid transit line 2, that is the BRT. President William Ruto, who is in the US on an official tour, witnessed the signing of the agreement with the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And the head of state has appointed former Cabinet Secretary Phyllis Kandia as one of his advisors.